Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thanks for being with us for this session focused on renewable energy, which is a really key topic today because it opens up a lot of electric debates within the government. If you haven't been following, just to remind you the facts, yesterday in a column published in the Figaro, the Minister of the Interior and President of the Republican Party asked that we stop funding renewable energies because he says it's just expensive and it's difficult to manage, and according to him, this opens up to a risk of blackout in France. In an interview with Le Monde, the Minister of the Ecological Transition said that Bruno Retailleau was having a populist approach, was trying to fracture the country and opening up the country to the dangers of climate change. And she talked about the fact this would impact our relationship with gas and oil providers. Emmanuel Macron said that we need new renewable energies and that we need to make sure that regulations affirm and support the transition. Sorry, you can't hear me properly? But I do have the microphone right by my mouth, as is recommended. So, renewable energies, a strategic priority, that's the theme of this session. So to talk about this, I am delighted to welcome Estelle Brashtanov, who's CEO of Veolia. I've got Sylvie Giano with us, Jean-Philippe Puig, Thierry Do, who is founder and chief executive officer of Meridiam, and Anne-Christine Champion, who is co-head of Global Banking and Investor Solutions for Société Générale. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for being with us. And so before starting, I'm going to hand over to Claire Waysand, who is a member of the Circle of the Economists and Deputy Director of the NG Group, just to introduce the subject. Thank you very much, Fabrice. It's great to be with you, to see so many of you this morning on this subject, which might seem to be a bit provocative when we ask this question about whether renewable energies is a strategic priority. Given the debates that are going on in France, the columns that are being written, some people might be saying it might be a bit of a provocative to have a session on this theme. But do you know that in Europe today, around 40 and 50% of electricity is produced from renewable energies? Do you know that in China, it's 30% of electricity production from renewable energy, and every year China is installing as much renewable energy capacity as all other countries put together. China, of course, is focused on its economy and its competitivity. So why is there this progress in terms of renewable energy? Well, there's a whole number of reasons, but actually it's fairly easy to understand. The first reason is that we are, of course, in an emergency situation where we need to respond to climate change. Each of you can see year on year in X and elsewhere, climate change is progressing with extreme temperatures, with these catastrophes, these climate catastrophes. That's the first reason, but it's not the only reason. And in France, sometimes we tend to look in the rearview mirror rather than looking towards the future. When we look towards the future, and this is the second reason why we should be focusing on renewable energies that are dynamic, what we can see is that electricity demand is going to grow. Why? Because the energy transition involves the electrification of a number of different uses, and we have sectors that are going to be sectors that are going to have a lot of electricity demand. I'm thinking in particular of digital technologies, AI technologies, data centers. I'm thinking about electrical mobility, which are going to be sources of growing demand as well. So renewable energies are the fastest way of installing electric capacity. Sometimes people put in place an opposition between nuclear and renewable energies, whereas a nuclear power station takes 15 years to put in place. But if you put in place a field of wind power turbines, that it takes 2 years once all the authorization permits have been granted. So the first reason is that renewable energies is a good way to respond to the growing demand. The second good reason is that renewable energies are competitive. The cost of renewables has dropped. The cost of solar power has been cut by 10. And we can see assessments from the International Energy Agency which are assessing the corrected cost of value for the system. So yes, of course, taking into account the fact that there is intermittence, there is flexibility, that we need to find ways of managing this intermittent supply and this flexibility. But the IEA evaluates this at between 65 and 75 megawatt hours, and these figures of course depend a lot on the funding. So we have to manage the flexibility, so we need batteries, we need pumped step power, and also flexibility at demand side are also going to be crucial. That's going to be part of the energy transition along with the renewable energies. The penultimate point is that electrical energies are complementary, and the fact that we have a diverse provision is a good way of protecting ourselves against risk. I'd also want to add that once renewable capacity has been installed, it doesn't rely on external supply, so countries that are exporting fossil energy. But renewable energies, once installed, it provides energy for 20-25 years, and therefore is a way of ensuring sovereignty, energy sovereignty. The final point around the energy transition is not just about electricity. Electricity will be 50 to 60% of uses by 2050. The rest of it will be heat and cold power, and we're also going to be using molecules, and we're going to be talking about that. I also want to mention an IFOP survey, and since I've run out of time, I'll just give you one figure. Fabrice was saying that sometimes there's a lot of debate between the different political sides, but let's have in mind that today when we ask French people their image of renewable energy, 84% of French people have a good image of renewable energies, and this is a figure which is really across all parties. Thank you, Fabrice.
Thank you, Claire, for these words of introduction. Let's start the first roundtable discussion. Estelle Brach-Chianov, when we hear the controversies, do you think that the title of this roundtable would maybe could have done with a question mark, renewable energies? Is it really a priority? Well, you know, I remain very skeptical when I hear these discussions. I'm amazed actually. What have we rediscovered in the last 3-4 years? Energy transition is a geostrategic weapon. We're talking about competitiveness, transition, CO2, but also independence, strategic autonomy of countries. Do we want to depend on the importation of fossil fuels in France and Europe? The answer is no, of course. So why should we oppose the renewable energies? Like, it's good for the planet, but there are more serious matters in life. Would be like, you know, the geostrategic challenges or stakes. Well, I mean, the two combine naturally. So let's not be diverted by political debates, which are one side it's never enough, and the other side by, you know, any constraints or standard would be by per se a bad thing. And as Claire said, and I like the statistic at the end, most of the population understood what we're talking about. Let me add that this is an aspect of competitiveness to have access to cheap energy, because affordable energy, because the fair transition is essential, and renewable energies, REs, are fully in that. So let me conclude by saying that in RE we talk about wind farms, sun power farm, but there is also something we don't talk about, which are energies produced locally from what we call the recycled energy. Let's call it recycled energy. The so-called heat that is useless, that can be reused in industrial process, for non-unrecyclable waste from small wastewater treatment plant and so on and so forth. And often I'm being told, okay, but is it at the scale in the energy mix? Yes, of course. Everything I've said at the European scale is a deposit. Just like we have oil deposits, we do have local deposits who could actually supply 50 million of Europeans, So we can see that this is 10–15% of energy mix, depending on the countries. Local energies, which has been recycled, that can be explored even more and faster than we did today. And once more, it's an aspect of geostrategy and competitiveness and purchasing power. Thank you very much. We'll discuss that again in the second part of the unknown energies. One question though, if we talk about sovereignty, does it work with the elected officials or the local? Well, I think there are different arguments in what I said. The notion of sovereignty is national. But at the national level, it's a word that is indeed a word that everybody agrees. The independence of the country, yes. When you talk at the local level as well, strangely enough, you said, "Oh, I'd like my city to be self-sufficient in energy." Okay, those are discussions we having with several elected officials. So the local officials, yes. The answer is yes.
Sylvie Giano.
Sylvie Giano. So let's stay focused on this theme, which raised a number of different questions. Without going into a semantic analysis of the subject, we could say that renewable energies are a priority. So priority, that means something. That means it needs to happen first. So according to you, do you think renewable energies needs to come before other things, such as nuclear power? First of all, good morning, everybody. Well, I think this question is being asked to me because I lead a subsidiary of EDF. But first of all, I just wanted to say that yesterday I talked with a lot of people, and I was asked, why is there a question mark around this question of priority? So why are we doing this? But what we can see is that on the European market, we've got negative prices for electricity. At the moment, there's actually quite a lot of electricity available, and so that's fairly good, because 2 or 3 years ago, we were talking about the need to watch our energy use because we thought we were going to be short of energy. So the first thing I want to say is that we need to think in the long term. And first of all, priority. What is a priority? We are celebrating an anniversary. In 2015, there were the Paris Accords. We talked about 2 degrees as a maximum at that point, and now we're at 1.57. So the priority is fighting against climate change. How are we going to do that? Well, we do that by eliminating CO2. We need to remove CO2 emissions. We need to divide these by 6, as opposed to from 1990 levels. And so, of course, as Claire said, we're going to need to electrify more and more vehicles, heat pumps, hydrogen. We were talking about hydrogen a lot recently, but hydrogen is a little bit behind the curve in different scenarios, so that could explain these different scenarios. So this climate emergency of reducing CO2 means that we really need to stop opposing different types of energy, stop opposing nuclear power and renewable power. So the point is that we need to think about low carbon. That means we need to have no gas. We need to get rid of gas and fuel oil wherever we can in order to have electricity solutions or other renewable energies or energy recovery systems. Of course, we don't talk a lot about heat. That's something that was mentioned. If you look at the country's consumption, 45% of France's energy consumption is focused on producing heat. When I say heat, I'm talking, of course, of heating, hot water, and industrial heat. And of course, there's a whole number of different ways to reduce the carbon around heat. We can recover electricity, we can recover heat energy, we can convert into electricity. So we've talked about these different types of technologies. We've talked about wind power, etc. But there's a whole number of new technologies that are coming, hydrogen and others, a whole number of different technologies and innovations that are there. And so the goal is to get rid of CO2. Just before I hand over to Mr. Puig, I've got a question. You said that we're not so concerned now about electricity shortages, and the question is to what extent are exports going to be able to absorb the surplus, and also in terms of data centers and automobile industry, should we slow down the development of renewable energies? Electrification is well underway. I think it's a good thing if we're exporting energy. That's just a really good thing for energy sovereignty, and it's good for the economy. Of course, in terms of for data centers, France is a country that's really very attractive, so there will be consumption. And so every day I can see surface geothermal projects. So what it's about, just going 100, 200 meters down to get heat, and this develops heat pumps, and this involves electricity. So electrification is well underway. Perhaps at the moment in some scenarios we're a little bit ahead in terms of provision, but I really don't think we need to balance things out. We just need to encourage the removal of CO2 using all the different energies available. Thank you very much.
Quel regard portez-vous sur ce débat aujourd'hui?
So, Jean-Philippe Puig, what's your position about renewable energies? Is it only nuclear or renewables as well? Well, let me react to what Sylvie just said. Well, let's oppose the solutions. I mean, you know, to oppose different forms of energy supply. Well, we are in the agri-food industry. You know, often they oppose energy and food. Well, in the Avril group, in the 70s, you know, at the end of the 70s, we became aware of the fact that there was a problem of sovereignty. You might not know, but at the time, we carried 90% of, we imported 90% of proteins to feed the cattle and animals, you know, animal food. And they decided to do more protein crop. You see now the fields of colza in April, you know, I mean, to produce proteins for animals. So we down to less than 40% of imports versus 80% in the past. You know. So having said that, you got oil and you got a surplus, you got a byproduct called the oil. And the oil, well, we have to find an outlet, and it's energy. And there is no opposition. You know, we do it for the food industry, not for the oil, but for the protein. And therefore, we developed renewable energies, liquid renewable energies. And this is essential because it reduces the imports of soja, and often, you know, it improves the income of the French farmers, and I think we should be proud of that. We need all forms of energies, as I said, and but today it's the equivalent of 3.5 million tons of oil that are not being imported because they're produced from vegetal waste in France. So if I translate that into sun power panels, it's twice as many existing sun power panels. So that is 55,000 soccer fields. So you see, so if we stop we would have this would have a huge impact if we were to stop. So let's stop opposing resources. And the French need energy, and they're happy with the new solution. So, okay, so we have discussions, position of RNA, and the drop of electricity, you know, this will damage the business model of some projects. Are there still investors for ENRs?
Bien évidemment.
Of course, the answer is yes. Investors look, nevertheless, at the long term and visibility. That's really the key question. So in this debate, there's a lack of visibility, and I'd rather work with the figures of the RTE and Le Creux in order to see how we get abundant, carbon-free, cost-effective energy for France. And so for me, the question isn't about renewable energies, nuclear energy, or others. So that's a question that comes afterwards. The priority is having the right kind of energy. And what we have to work with is forecasts and with an idea of technical capacity. Unfortunately, a lot of our politicians don't really have a mastery of these questions. Perhaps that's the role of the Creux organization, because I can see Emmanuel in front of us, and that's part of his role with the Parliament. But in terms of finances, what encourages finance is the possibility to have visibility. That involves costs, of course. That includes regulations, the capacity to be able to justify long-term investment, and it also involves a lack of volatility at a political level around the debate. And so this whole debate really doesn't help, particularly when there's not a lot of content to it. It just creates volatility in people's thinking. We are long-term investors. All things change. Nobody is elected forever in France, and when you have a 20-year perspective, a lot of things can happen. But we really need to stay focused on the truth of figures and analyses and the technological capacities to find solutions in order to get this abundant, available, carbon-free, cost-effective energy. So in terms of subsidies around renewable energies, does that discourage investors, the level of these subsidies? Well, first of all, not all renewable energies need to be subsidized. So we could talk about this in the context of a multi-annual budget debate, and it's worthwhile talking about. There are agents who do studies about how we can get the best investment for the best technology, and this is a technical debate, and there are solutions for making these decisions. So we really need not to mix everything up and throw the baby out with the bathwater. When you're talking about visibility in 2 years' time, of course, we've got the presidential election, so of course we don't necessarily know what France's energy policy will be depending on the person that's elected. Does that impact this visibility? What's more concerning is that you think that the French presidential election should influence the energy policy of France, when actually, as we've heard, the priority is combating climate change, it's energy sovereignty, it's abundant and cost-effective energy for industry. And so if there are politicians today in France who don't agree, then we should be afraid. Indeed. Thank you very much.
Financial analyst specialized in defense industry was telling me that since the end of March, he received calls from all parts of the world. Do you see the same need of investors for R&E, or do you see a change and a sort of change in the way portfolios are being structured. Now, what we do observe is a high appetite for RNEs. The funding of energy, which is the first economic sector in France, in Europe, and in the world, has always found financing capabilities. In terms of amounts, in RNEs, we've seen that in the 20, 30 years. There were always financing capabilities and also capabilities in terms of development of new technologies. We've seen that in decarbonation are also new technologies. Offshore wind farms was able to find fundings with the floating wind farms, offshore wind farms. There could be also interconnections that will enable networks to improve its capabilities to finance interconnections. In the business plan, there should also be mentioned the negative hours. All this, of course, the financial players know how to structure it, present it to the market with banks and now financial institutions, non-banking financial institutions, including savings, long-term savings, and those long-term assets, that is the renewable energy, will always find people for long investment in pension. When we see projects like the project of floating wind farms off the island of Oléron, everybody goes away because the project is no longer profitable. People still invest. Well, this is part of, our job as a bank institution is to take risk and to find the proper assignment of risk between the stakeholders of the project. This will be different funding parts. The project we're talking about are projects with a higher technological risk, rather compared to the onshore wind farms. But I'd like to add that in the decarbonation trend, there is something about competitiveness which is essential. And in fact, more than rather than opposing technologies, we want to make sure that we still have the capability to have cheap or affordable energy. And I was in China Energy Engineering in China announced a call for tender on the battery storage, electrical battery storage, with a drop in price of 30% versus last year. So when we talk about intermittent supply with renewable energy, the challenge is about to be taken with technical solutions or usage solutions, which be interconnections forecast. And thank you, Christine.
So we're going to move on to the second phase of this debate. You mentioned this, Claire, in the debate, in the introduction to the debate. There's not just wind power and solar power. There's a whole number of different types of energy, which are perhaps quite marginal still. But what would the conditions be to develop these further? So perhaps if I come back to what's been said in this whole mix of solutions, it's not necessarily the case that we always need subsidies. In fact, that's far from the case. In terms of Chinese innovations, what we're seeing is that innovation is making it possible to reduce costs, because this question of the affordability of the energy mix is something that's really essential for industry and also for the population. Sorry, but do you think in terms of depending on Chinese technology for in terms of sovereignty, well, that's a problem? I think we all agree in our institutions that we need to develop French and European technologies. So the examples I'm going to give you, there's no Chinese technology in these examples I'm going to give you. So it's hot, so I'm going to talk about some cooling examples rather than some heating examples. So we've got a world innovation in Barcelona when we're recovering coal from the LNG terminal, because of course when liquid gas goes across the Atlantic, in order to become, I guess, we create cold that it isn't used for anything, and it's being used in the Barcelona market which is the provisions market for Barcelona, and we're using recycled cooling for this. We've talked as well about data centers. If we track all data centers, they need electricity. It also needs water in order to be cooled. In Saclay, just outside Paris, we've used this unused heat, which is being used to cool off a data center, and it's been fed into a urban heating network. In another area, not far from there, there is heat that's being used from industry. Here we don't need Chinese technology. There's no subsidies. This is green. This is renewable. It uses local sources and responds to sovereignty questions. Thank you very much, Estelle Bachelanov. Sylvie Jahano, you're also somewhat specialized in these unknown energies, particularly heat in particular. What do you think, which of these have the most potential? Perhaps you could give two of them to us. Well, there are lots of these types of energy, and I want to tell you a story just to show you that this is not a small issue. In Lille, the urban heating network, the chair of the metropolitan area was wanting to really develop things up to 2050, and so there was a call for tenders that took about a year, and we are proud to have been selected to multiply by 3 the urban heat network. That means we like thinking about housing unit equivalents, but of course we're going to be thinking about tertiary buildings, swimming pools. So we're going to get 75,000 additional, we're going to connect 75,000 additional housing units connecting into this heating and hot water, which is 95% carbon free. And it comes from, because 60% of the energy comes from recovery, like has just been described. So heat from wastewater, from industry, and also from the waste incinerator. The rest is going to come from a biomass boiler. A biomass, of course, there's lots of different types of biomass. We'll get ultra-local wood source. We're going to get wood residue. We're going to take residue from the forestry industry at less than 25 kilometers distance, and then wood pallets, as long as they haven't been varnished or painted, we can use them, and the rest of that will be gas. 5% gas, that means virtually all the time we're at 100% renewable energies most of the time. It's just when it's very cold that we'll be using gas. And so what did the president of the metropolitan area want? Well, yes, he wanted sovereignty. He wanted a competitive price. That means that we have to encourage people to decide to take this, the people who are going to be connected. So we're aligned with just below the gas price. So that in order to do that, we do need subsidies, and this is supported by the heating fund in order to support this type of project. And so we're going to be under the gas price, and then we will be stable and competitive. We're completely uncorrelated from fossil energies. And then we're also going to remove energy vulnerability from a whole number of different housing units. We're recruiting locally to do this. I want to say something that's really very important. We're going to be running this network digitally. There are connectors everywhere. There is AI involved everywhere to drive this network. That means we're going to be coordinating these different types of energy. There's energy recovery, there's wood, there's heat pumps, there's also the generation of cooling, and all of that needs to be managed with digital models, complex digital models. And what we want to do is what we love saying with Dalke is that we want to consume better and consume less. We want to have a carbon-free approach, and we want to use a low carbon and cheapest energy as possible. And also we want to consume as little as possible, because when we don't consume, we don't emit any CO2. So this is really a remarkable system which is going to show that flexibility. I want to come back to your question earlier about exports. Organizing flexibility of storage. You think about those hot water tanks at home, it's a form of flexibility. And we are going to do that across the whole network. Of course, we can do that with electricity and batteries. This also links into when we have surpluses. I haven't talked about geothermal power, but that's also really very interesting. There's so much potential in that area, and there's so much to do there.
Vraiment un mot que représente.
Just one word. What about subsidies in a heat project like this? What, 30–40%? Yeah, can go up to such. Yeah, depending on the complexity of the situation, the size, of course, of the project. It could be less. To recover heat from a waste incinerator in a district today, well, it could be done. So it depends. Again, it depends clearly on the nature of the situation. And it's tailor-made, and ADEME knows how to do that. Okay, 800 million in 2025. Thank you, Sylvie Janot. Mr. Puig. So there are domains, industries where we cannot use electricity. We're talking about railways in non-electrified line, aircrafts, industry, or road traffic for trucks. So what can be the role of such liquid energies in the energy mix? Marginal. Well, there are regulations and laws that have been voted. So there is an obligation, European obligation, to have 70% of renewable in 2050. Is it possible? Good question. Well, today we produce roughly 1 billion liters of green kerosene. So we have to multiply this by 400. We wouldn't have to multiply it by 400. We have to produce 400 times more between now and 2050. Now, if the origin is biomass or oil, we're going to be in competition now, because Sylvie said biomass is being used on many applications and more. So we will have to manage the scarcity at the European level. And it's an opportunity as well. We want to make sure that we produce more biomass and oil. This is what we, in crops, there are rotation, rotating crops, we don't, it so happens over every second year, there are 3 months where 3 months ago we have a vegetable cover, but in the 3 months we don't necessarily have any oil producing crops. So we don't want to use use what's used for food or animal food, but use 3 months which are not used for food industry. Regulation exists to push, oleaginous crops. They're called intermediary crops, and then we need to develop seeds, products, transformation plants. So we are talking about a long process which calls for heavy investment, and but it won't solve all the problems, and we'll have to keep the liquid renewable products for utilities which cannot generate electricity. For example, use electricity. If you take the regional line of the trains, they are diesel-powered trains, so we'll have to use these energies, only in places where electrical power supply is not impossible. It's very costly. So the solution now, immediately, is to do this with, and for the air industry, what maximum can be reached if we cannot reach the 70%, as Brussels says. For the upstream from the, I don't have the percentage upstream, oil or biomass, we will not cover 400 times what we produce today. So other technologies will come. Simply, I'll let you imagine, a hydrogen power planes. It's not, we have a friend from Safran here, it's not soon. So we'll have to push technologies or review the obligations or requirements, because I don't know how politicians establish the rule of law, but it doesn't look today, you know. I don't want to be pessimistic, but very unlikely that we'll reach 70% in 2050. What about waste oils? Can we go further in this domain? Well, waste oil, well, you know, we all talk about waste oil. We take all the waste oil and we do fuel for the air industry. Well, first, we recycle a great part thereof, so we didn't wait for the regulations to do that. We can do better, definitely, and there is a law, European law, which has been voted to foster, you know, oils in the economic level, but opens the door to importation of waste oil. So on the paper, it was not silly as such, but the Chinese could, well, or people from Singapore or Malaysia, so this is an opportunity. But I think, well, it's not very well. I'll take a 30,000 ton tank, put a, you know, except they put fries in it, but it's a disaster. It doesn't work because you have to note that 20% of biofuel is made from waste oil. You know, false waste. It's a waste bashing, actually. You know, it's a waste greening, washing, whatever. You know, which comes from China, and 20% of the product are European fuels. If we keep going like this, we're going to shut down our plants. So it's a bit scary. It's a bit scary. So in the Air France planes, there are, you know, fake biofuel. I didn't say Air France said 20% of the European market. You know, so this is what you have in pumps, in on the, you know, everywhere.
On a parlé tension budgétaire.
Thank you very much. So we've talked about tensions around budgets. Are there innovative finance mechanisms that would help us to reduce subsidies? Well, like Anne-Christine was saying, financing depends on the risk and yield combination. When subsidies are no longer there, we need to think perhaps more longer term, because it helps things to be better understood and managed. But in terms of a political approach, it's important. It's hard to imagine that with a political approach we're going to be able to take more risks for lower yields. At least I wouldn't advise that. With philanthropy and with this objective of aiming for carbon-free energy and combating climate change, in this concept of adaptation, which applies to energy, it's possible to find funding with a lower capital cost that we mix together with subsidies or with more expensive capital. But the truth is, I think the debate today is not really about subsidies or no subsidies. I think, but at the political level, the debate is presented in that way. Yes, okay, it is a debate for people who are thinking about subsidies every day, but I think for the future of energy and French energy sovereignty, of course subsidies have a role to play, but sometimes regulations have more impact than subsidies. The capacity of the European market, which is still designed in a rather complex way, and sometimes that has more of an impact than the amount of subsidies in terms of the capacity of investment of investors. So let's think about a European market that isn't so fragmented, that isn't so vulnerable, that could be more resilient, and that will make it possible for us to mobilize more investment. We need to avoid thinking that subsidies is the key, especially when they get withdrawn halfway through a contract, as France and Spain have both tried to do. Subsidies are not necessarily entirely reliable, so let's think long term. Let's think about regulations, about how to create a European market for energy which encourages investment, rather than thinking about whether the subsidies are going to make it possible for me to earn a bit more or a bit less. Thank you very much, Mr. Deo. Mrs. Champion, on this same question, what about innovative funding?
Well, concerning innovative funding, financing, we do see some solutions. Well, a point on subsidies. Our economies for the last 50 years functioned as if CO2 was some kind of an infinite capability as a resource. We're just realizing that it's not the case. Infinite resource at zero price, and therefore the way we support this transition is when we give a price to carbon. So in some domains like steel industry, the European regulation says that there will be price as a function of the carbon rate in steel production, and therefore this led to projects such as the Stegra project, in Sweden, 6 billion euros, which to have such project in the north with technological innovation, financial innovation to finance this green steel with long purchase contract from the automotive industry. So financial engineering exists to support decarbonation. Thank you. Pierre Vizan, you want to take the floor, Claire? So thank you, Fabrice. Yes, one word. And no longer Circle des Economistes. So this is as NG speaker. One word. We talk about subsidies. We've been talking about subsidies, but there are projects which are viable subsidies-free projects for renewable and the rest. What's important is the scaling up. We have in the group sun power, the renewable energy in the southwest of France, which is a reliable project. No subsidies. It's a long land close to the connection to the grid, and it can be done tomorrow with sun power made in France because it's highly competitive. This project will function with bilateral agreements with buyers, people who will buy the PPA. This will give visibility to the investor who will invest in the project, and industrialists who know the price he will pay for electricity for a long period of time. So I just wanted to add that this project today is being slowed down for regulatory reasons. So when we invest, we can do it in a certain number of cases without any subsidies on a project up to scale. All you need to have is remove the regulation barriers. Claire, then we give the floor. We have Emmanuel Bargon with us. So. Manager of AFRE, so a French agency for renewable energies. Can you give us your views on this discussion? Hello? First, 2 points. First, when we look at the production the last few days, France used the anti-production of the nuclear power plant and the RNA available. The sun power was fully running. We got decarbonated production, and the slight surplus, we sold it. So RNAs we're talking about their function even in sun power. Well, clearly we do have a lot of sun, and they supply the French market. And in 2025, like in 2024, we do have we achieving records in decarbonated electricity. We have the lowest price of electricity in Europe for about a year, except for the north of Scandinavia, which has a lot of hydroelectricity. Prices are 20 euros of the megawatt cheaper than Germany. Prices are cheaper than Italy or the UK. So this renewable energy contributes to low prices, and to contribute to the discussion, it'd be good. We should not turn into. We should stop turning solutions into problems.
Est-ce qu'il y a des...
Are there any questions in the room? I think there's 2 questions here. Microphones are just coming. Please do introduce yourself, sir. Hi, I am Thomas Gellet. I'm a nuclear engineer. I totally agree with what's been said, but you're forgetting one thing. Renewable energy does not make it possible to increase voltage or even frequency. See what happened in Spain and Portugal, where there was a blackout. Germany, where there's quite a lot of renewables. Germany has all of its nuclear power plants that it is opening up. We've got a voltage problem here. Would you like to respond? Well, this is a question for the grid managers. But yes, it's true, it's more complicated to get a mix operating with renewable energies. But there are solutions around voltage. And in terms of the Spanish blackout, we cannot necessarily say that the cause is to do with renewable energies. It's more to do with the interface within the network and all the different production methods. But network managers know how to do this, and we need to continue talking to the grid managers about this. They can do it. Good morning, I'm Mrs. Barthet. Thanks to Veolia in Africa, I had the opportunity to work with solar panels and work in health centers. And so my question today is, if we as ordinary people, what can we do as ordinary people to raise awareness of mayors and local authorities so that we have greater power, so that together in groups of houses we can work on these questions through all the work that you're explaining to us? The biggest challenge that I have at my level is this. That's really an excellent question. It's really this question of education, because we're working with technical questions here, and so this kind of exercise is part of educating people. So of course, when we inaugurate projects, we need to communicate, and it's even more important to communicate because we're going to need skills, and we need to tell young people that these professions are professions for the future. We need to encourage them to commit to the energy transition, which sometimes seems a bit complicated. Electrical engineering, cooling engineering, and all of this. And when we know that these professions help us to carry out our projects, and we're going to know these. I recruit 2,000 people every year, and sometimes I have some challenges to find apprentices and technicians. So let's talk about these projects, and let's help young people to have the desire to work in these technical professions. That's something that's really important for future generations. Estelle Bachenov. Yes, I think I'm really very optimistic, and that's what the survey that Claire cited earlier. The general population has understood these questions, and the question they're asking is, how can I act? And that's how I understand your question. It seems that you are very aware of the question, and that the question is, how can I act? What can I do? And I think this is a collective question. If I connect into what we've just heard from Manuel Varron, the question is, how I know what we need to do, but how can we go quicker? How can we go faster? And this question of getting permits that take years, even though there's no subsidies, and having a collective project for the country is an essential issue. Of course, renewable energies are associated with competitivity, with energy sovereignty, and it's of course important for this climate change situation. If collectively we're saying that's the goal, and we want to focus that, and rather than thinking in terms of years, we think in terms of weeks, in terms of thinking in terms of change it, instead of thinking in terms of months, we think in terms of weeks, and that will help us move forward. Perhaps for the conclusion we could hand over to Claire Vaison. Thank you, Fabrice. Well, my conclusion is very straightforward, because there's a lot of agreement here on this panel. I think that we really all understand that we need to succeed in this energy transition, and in terms of what you've just said here in the audience, we need to do this with people. That means the transition needs to be affordable, because behind the concept, the competitivity of our businesses and the ability to compete on world markets, there's also this links into the question of buying power. And so the transition needs to be affordable, it needs to be robust. We don't want to end up in situations where we don't have enough energy. And this transition, in order to reach this transition in an affordable, robust way, I think there's a general agreement here on this panel that in order to do this, we need all energies. We've talked about renewable electricity, we've talked about geothermals, we've talked about heat recovery, cooling recovery, we've talked about biofuels, we've talked about renewable gas. We need all these different energy forms. And so what I want to say is let's avoid unnecessary debate. Sometimes in France we're specialized in just creating debate. Let's not see different types of energy fighting between each other. Thank you very much.
Bonjour et bienvenue.
Good morning and welcome. We are currently living in historic times. We have digital giants who are all running very quickly in their corridors with defined and distributed roles. Research for Google, commerce and cloud for some, tools for Apple, and of course this is a caricature, but each time there's been a leader in the field, and artificial intelligence is now redistributing the cards and changing the well-defined corridors. You've probably read the articles about the incredible amounts Mark Zuckerberg has been paying to recruit AI talents. And us in Europe, what are we going to do? What are our assets? And we're going to talk about that during this panel discussion with my guests. And to talk about the challenges of this roundtable, I'm going to hand the floor to Professor Mouhoud, who's a professor of economics at Paris Dauphine, and he, between 20 and 24, was the chairman there, and he's currently the president of the PECED University with ENS and the Collège de France included. Thank you. I'm very happy to introduce this session with these remarkable people around me, turning artificial intelligence into a true revolution. What revolution are we talking about? A revolution that we're subjected to, or one that we're building and sharing and controlling? This is the one we would like to explore together. The answer is in the question. What economic dimensions will serve as a red thread, as a guide for us? Without being too exhaustive, the first question is the question of productivity, and I'm sure we'll come back to this in the different presentations. The last figures of the AI index in 2025 from Stanford, and I invite you to read this report, which is remarkable, are very clear. Plus 14% in customer service, plus 26% in developer, plus 40% for less qualified workers. But the effects are not linear or universal, and they vary according to the task, qualifications, and context. They reorganize value chains, cognitive load, and work coordination. We go from a reasoning of technical division of work to cognitive division. So this is a huge upheaval. If we look at the macroeconomic aspects, there's some difficulties because there's nothing that's certain in terms of the effects. The effects are on growth and productivity. Growth is the second impact. AI is a driver for growth, but this growth isn't necessarily automatic. Three economists, to mention them, enlighten us. If the Nobel Peace Prize, Daron Misoglu, he says the aggregate benefits are very limited on productivity, 0.05%, and he's got a pessimistic view about inequality. If regulation doesn't come into place, then it's going to turn into chaos. The second, Philippe Aguillon, he's here. I think he was amongst us earlier, and Philippe is optimistic. He says it's a real growth driver for ideas if we have open policies, if we prevent monopolies, and if we bring regulation into this. But for him, the effects are 10 times higher than those found by Daron Acemoglu. Then there's Eric Brichsov's son, who you all know, and he says the gains are already visible, and we see a possible doubling of GDP, and increase in skills is incredible. This is central. There's a French paradox here. If you look at the OECD report on AI and you go from research to skills, in research we're very good, and I would agree, but in skills included in industrial sectors, in manufacturing, in services, etc., we're below the average of OECD countries. And the leader is India, followed by the US, then China. Germany is in a good position, but France, in terms of these skills, we have a lot of effort to make, and that is why we need to look at the central question of attracting talent. So the question I'm asking you, the macroeconomic aspects are not settled. So we need to also look at the recomposition of work, something that has emerged and Anne is very familiar with, that is AI agents. What does that mean? These agents redefine production factors. They can act, plan, interact, and the border between supervision, creation, and the work is shifting. It's no longer a technical division of work, but another type of labor division. And this brings up the question of how we measure productivity in our models and also for our growth. So that's very interesting. Agent AI acts on the web, whereas in the past it was taking information from the web. So there's a major modification of causality between agent AI and the past use of AI, and it's very strong. And then my fourth point, and then I'll conclude, how can AI help us to gain comparative advantage once again? And the question of robotics and AI is fundamental. In 2023, there were 4 million industrial robots. New models like Groot or AFM1 allows humanoid robots to carry out complex tasks with vocal controls, and this can be used in logistics, health, AI services, and it changes the class of added value in the production value chain. It also authorizes remarkable recompositions of the value chain if we have the right policies, and the optimism effect has to be taken into account. I looked at how we can recover comparative advantage through AI based on whether we talk about the macroeconomic aspects. So we look at legal and ethical aspects of this also. AI can come up with molecules today, plans, works, but our finger is on a human inventor. Who owns the patent? A design generated by AI? Can we protect autonomous creation? And do we need to think about new regulations? Of course we do, and that is also a big upheaval. There are two forward-looking works. The Coming Wave is a book talking about the technological expansion. There are 3 years that exist before everything becomes irreversible, so we need to be active. And Eric Schmidt, in the age of AI, focuses on this strategic aspects and the questions of sovereignty. So I have 3 questions for our speakers. They don't have to answer them. I know they won't because I know them. They'll say what they want to say. What conditions for AI to be shared progress? What reforms in order to adapt intellectual property and allow competition? And a central question for me as an economist, must we integrate agent AI into growth models? We talked about endogenous growth in the past with H as human capital, and can we introduce into production functions the agent, AI agent? So the warnings and the ambitions are there. Where do you position yourselves? Then there are questions that I'm going to leave aside. Can we talk about sovereignty with technical foundations? Can AI accelerate transition? It consumes a lot of resources, and I've been told to stop. So there is the basis for the debate.
Essayez de répondre à 2-3 questions que vous avez posées.
We'll try to answer a couple of questions you asked with your guests. So, to react to what the Professor Boutset and Bouvreau, is there a geostrategic stake today around this issue of AI or the question for Europe? Thank you. Thank you for the introduction and the question. Yeah, I do believe that there is geopolitical and geostrategic aspect. The US have decided to turn it into a domination tool, global domination tool, and the Chinese decided to resist. And we are somewhat between the two of them. Just to give you a couple of examples, in last February, organized a summit on science and AI in Paris, a summit with more than 100 countries, head of states and governments, beginning of February. On January 20th, of course, the new US president came to power. The next day, the very next day, 21st January, there was this huge Stargate announcement with Mark Zuckerberg, Oracle, and other businesses, in the White House, announcement of 500 billion investment in AI infrastructures in the US. Clear message, we're the leaders, global leaders in AI, and we do invest so much more than that, forget about it, it will be us, and our solutions will basically rule the world, because there are technological infrastructures for businesses, but also, thinking framework, it comes with all the speeches, discourses, whatever. 28th of January, we see in the newspapers this little Chinese model called DeepSeek. DeepSeek, which for $6 million US developed a model at the best level of the, which matches the best US model. We may challenge the figures, the reality of the 500 billion, the reality of the 6 million. Yet, the gap is huge, the difference is huge. It shows that there is a race here, that China is challenging the US to develop AI services. So where do we stand here? European, we organize the summit, France, Europe, for the world. So if we adopt another way for AI, well, it says that somehow, somewhere, it's not just 500 billion and existing domination that we can do AI, we can make AI. It says that it is possible with less money and smart people. Again, we do have researchers, talents in France, in Europe, in Canada, but we need to do it. We have to do it. And so what's the future that we want to have? Do we want to use US models, while being clients, basically, of such projects, not knowing what they actually imply, Well, it's the future of do we want to use cheap Chinese models, but it's another future. I'm not sure that's the one we want. So beyond the adoption, which is key, and we have to work and in education, adoption, understanding, criticism of such models, that was the first recommendation of the AI Commission 2024, which I co-shared with Philippe Alliot, shared with Philippe Alliot. So there is this topic, geopolitical, geostrategic issue of sovereignty and a third way, and I think we have a lot to do there.
Du coup, j'ai envie de vous demander l'enjeu quand on.
So the challenge is when we describe when we listen to Anne's description, it's on this brick. Information here in Europe goes through AI, and this gives us the possibility to exist compared with the giants of the US and China. It's one of the elements, it's one of the fundamental elements. So we're building a new economy right now that will develop if, as Anne explained, the value is shared and there's a real creation of an ecosystem. The components are information, but not only. We need secured infrastructure. It's the possibility for other economic actors to participate. There's infrastructure, models, the creation of applications. And the position of our company is to say we need open ecosystems. Today we're proposing 1,600 models, including Mistral, because there will not be any development of this technology if there isn't sharing of value and if there isn't a participation on the behalf of all the economic actors. This is a real conviction, and this was true for electricity, for printing. So in the fundamentals, there's infrastructure, there's the participation of the entire ecosystem, and having stakeholders that are not just not just Chinese and American, but also European. And we also have to talk about skills and competencies. We're currently facing the biggest planning of skills management that our generation will have to go through, regardless of the level. The good news is that these are technologies that are accessible. They're based on natural language. Nevertheless, there's a huge training plan that we need to set up in all sectors of the economy. It's the global responsibility of the state, the companies, and all the economic actors. We are training 1 million people in AI by 2027. So job seekers, small and medium-sized company employees, and people that are left by the wayside. And adoption is necessary. So today, employees want this type of training. Most of them already use AI in companies. So this is a real driver for adoption. But we must also give access to AI to the older people. Today, people who are over 50, 20% of them are trained compared to the rest of the population. There's also a topic on women. So this skills plan is very important, and this is going to be vital for adoption. I am convinced that one of the most important functions in companies is HR, because we need to rethink organization. What does that mean tomorrow morning in terms of required skills, training? Let me just give you an example, given what we were saying about jobs. Today, if you look at health functions, the health field, 56% of doctors today are suffering from burnout because they have too much work, because of the administrative workload. We can hope that AI will take over this administrative work and they can devote more time to their patients. So this means bringing more humanity back into some professions and thinking about what professions that we need to invest in more. So I think skills, competencies are the things that we're going to have to work on.
Knowing that Microsoft's AI showed that indeed there's more empathy in AI, scientific AI, when it does its own diagnostic than in humans. So there is something to clearly we have to regain humanity. Well, it remains the enhanced humans. It's a support tool to spend more time. So, but many projects where there is a shortage, and people need this support. Etienne Grasse, when we consider this ability to use that tool, to appropriate the tool. So there, what is at stake for a business is to clearly understand the tool, appropriate the tool faster than the adoption by the employees themselves, which goes quickly too. Yeah, exactly, actually. I will tell you why. The Capgemini, we see a huge difference between our clients, businesses which do AI, which is unusual, and open the agent AI, for example. So it's not a technological breakthrough or rupture. There are 4 breakthroughs. The reasoning models, which widen the language model. The capability collapse after a certain level of complexity, but they go very far. Then there is the orchestration. The AI models talk together, dialogue together. The technological innovation in the 2000s, the AI models that make it possible to define strategies, analyze objectives, and more. The 4th rupture takes place with you, the ability to scale up. To the inference, to scale up to the inference, the hardware capabilities, we will deploy the AI model. So what they call the agent AI is possibilities in autonomous. Well, I see you with. Could you imagine that if you had an artificial arm that would fan your face, you could do something with your wind, well, we don't produce wind, and. If there is one message to be conveyed here, you do exploration and we have to do the 2 runs. As instantiations, you encapsule in the software the data, to scale up, create capabilities which can be deployed and which run up to the last mile, the employee, that is. With the agent AI, we have to explore, to learn at the same time. Cost or inference cost, I mentioned, have been divided by a factor 100 last year, 100. And the price you put for an AI agent in 2024 is 100 times smaller at the end of 2024. So you have to explore to capture this knowledge. I was to make sure that you can deploy tomorrow. So what's difficult currently is to combine both. To be in a situation where you, in a project that will face several problems with the academic world, and which will make it possible to transform your business, but at the same time you still try to you do. So 50% of the AI product has been shot by the in the software. We have to think about AI through software product. You know, it's a software product to scale up. We need that. So basically, sovereignty, productivity are within the chain up to the software. So this is, you know, the software competence in our country are very strong, especially in the Capgemini group. But they're the one that will make the bridge between chemistry, between the AI model, the software, and the human factor that who will handle him.
Vous êtes cofondateur.
So, Renito, you're the co-founder of Sakana AI. Thank you for being with us. Your promise is an interesting one. It's a very tangible one, given everything that's said. Maybe it's a bit frightening. Your AI tool, you say, is capable of drafting scientific studies. We have scientists around us, researchers. So scientific studies for 15 euros. So you're disrupting the research model at some level. Should we be frightened of this new business model?
Thank you, Marshall. I think that is a great introduction. And then I think what I believe is that we used to know one thing, which is that making a foundation model or writing a scientific paper, if you want to automate that with an AI, that must be extremely expensive. That was our conventional wisdom. Why is that? That's partially because in order to make the foundation model, you have to collect humongous amount of data. And then you buy the NVIDIA GPUs running those models, and then in order to make the model as big as possible, that is consuming a lot of electricity and the money. But increasing number of companies, not just ours, maybe the DeepSeek, maybe the Mistral, maybe the other companies, they're proving that it is not the only answer. What we did in order to make our model $15 and to make the matching up is a bigger model capacity is we are merging the existing models. There are hundreds of, thousands of models scattered around in the open source community. We merged the model. We found a way to merge this model and then making hundreds of smaller models function as a big model, as an equivalent of a big model. Other guy is doing the reasoning. Instead of collecting data, they put the pause on the model processing and then make the model think longer so that instead of collecting even more data, the model can train itself and getting smarter and smarter and smarter. So this is a big paradigm shift. And then what does this mean? This means that France, Japan, China, Africa, you name it, the game is not over. So it used to be seen that, oh, the big guys has already started this game, so we were too late. It's not. The game is not over. And then why this is important that the game is not over? Does that mean that you have a new company like mine popping up and down? It's not just that. If I may go back to what Anne said, this is about your sovereign AI. And what does a sovereign AI mean? Why does why France have to have its own AI capacity? It's not because, maybe it's partially, but it's not primarily because you want to have an AI which speaks French much better than I do. That's not the point. So many of the AI solutions can speak the French as good as you guys do. The reason why you have to have the sovereign capacity is one, because you don't want to rely on some other countries to suddenly switch off your AI solution. This is called a kill switch. So if you're exclusively relying on my AI, and then I suddenly turn out to be a psycho and say, no, I'm not providing my AI to France, that's the end. You have to avoid that. Number two, there's a digital deficit. It's even starting now. You are paying to certain countries a massive amount of money in terms of buying iPhone or using Google, the search engine, or the social network. You have to if AI really kicks off, that will be having a snowballing effect, so you don't want to do that. So this is why you are having this AI sovereign capacity, not just because preserving your culture or other thing, but it's more like about the economic and a national security issue. So what I see is, just to wrap up, and I think I'm the only non-French here, so I will be diligently answering your question, Professor. Why does this matter is in what kind of future I'm seeing in a geopolitical level, which is not something like Japanese are only using Japanese AI, French are only using French AI, and the US are using American AI. It's more like so many different AIs exist in parallel. So as a Japanese, I can equally use the Japanese AI, American AI, French AI, and the point is those AI have to be made in a responsible, ethical, and sustainable manner. And then if you have plural of those models scattered around the world, I think that is the best for the security.
Merci. On va évidemment développer.
Okay, we're going to discuss this, the issues of sovereignty, security, of the appropriation of belonging. So Olivier Noland, the objective, nevertheless, we understand, is to gain in productivity, to achieve better quality of life for the employees and productivity for businesses. Now today, how do you meet such promises? I mean, and what do you do with the time that you gain? Well, good morning. Well, I'd like to come back to this revolution we talked about, and I'll try to answer the question now with an optimistic logic. It's more than a technological revolution, it's an industrial revolution, and even in our discussion as to the value created, several studies talk about billions, hundreds of billions of productivity gains that will be achieved. So it's a major economic gain, it's global, it is disruptive at the global level, and it implies major societal changes. Last year was here, on another stage, and in fact at SAP last year we talked about couple of cases of usages. We talked about, for example, invoice recovering. Today within SAP, it's more than 100 of use cases, more than 300. And the purpose is at the end of the year, we should have 600 deployable use cases in the business. Well, you talked about agents, the AI agentic, the AI. Well, we want to have agents ready to be used by the companies. So the agent AI, sorry. And the calculation we make, the revolution is here, it's now, is with us. The first calculation we make in major companies that the productivity gains amount to hundreds and millions of euros today when you implement these use cases. So clearly there is, it is urgent to implement those productivity gains to achieve them. Let me mention an example. What do we talk about? Are we talking about? Well, the simple things. We got a vision of AI sometimes which is a bit complicated, but within a business we talk about automation of simple tasks. Let me give you an example. A company in semiconductors which has a lot of manual operation within the supply chain today, thanks to AI, thanks to the agent, which we will automate the detection of anomalies within the supply chain and do immediate correction. So it has an impact, of course, on the speed to solve problems, on associated productivity gains, and concerning your other question about employment and employees. The employees, of course, there is a responsibility because it changes completely the way we work. So good news is that, well, these repetitive tasks, boring tasks are of little interest for people, and most companies have a problem of attractiveness to find the employees. So it can help where there is a shortage of unskilled labor. So to have 10 jobs with higher added value. In my domain, for example, one of the major population in software are the developers, software developers. That was mentioned earlier. The software developers today, AI, it changes completely the way they work. In fact, we go from the role of someone who was paid to basically code and write lines of code today, or people who are designers. We don't ask them to write code lines, it's rather boring, but what we ask them to do is to have the ability to design. The developers are still here, we might need less of them, but there will be a different logic. There will be more like a sort of, added value task and no low value added task.
So I'm going to take this a bit further, Corinne Bilbao. When we look at the issue of aging countries, like the developed countries in Europe or in Japan also, AI can be an answer to this with regard to the age pyramid. Yes, it's true on a macroeconomic level. We ask the question, what is production capacity? If we could say that production capacity becomes unlimited because it was based on human capital and on the availability of raw materials, but now it's becoming unlimited. So this is creating growth opportunities and also sovereignty for companies, including for French companies. So it's urgent that we take ownership of all of this. Yes, it's true that there's an aging population, particularly in developed countries. Data is saying that by 2050, we're going to lose 4 to 5% of our global population every year. There are countries like Italy, where we're talking about a demographic winter. They lost 2 million young workers in the last decade. So how do you answer this question? And how can you continue to work in companies and continue to produce with aging demographics? And that is the positive aspect. We need to free up production capacity and sovereignty, and we need to bring production back to Europe within our companies. The second point for progress that you spoke about earlier, and for me is very optimistic. Generative AI will make it possible to solve equations that we can't solve today, that are climate equations in the field of medical research also. You talked earlier about that. I would like to give an example. We've developed a system called Aurora for weather forecasting. It's 50,000 times more powerful than traditional systems. And with all of this data, we can predict climate disasters, and we can warn people and look at these topics differently. So there's a huge potential for research, and this will help humanity. We have to look at this at a micro level and macro, and then micro in companies.
Un espoir.
Etienne Grasse, maybe we give hope with this, give hope to the seniors in businesses, technological revolution that does not push the senior citizen aside. But what about the young ones, the young ones who join companies and, who are dealing with machines which are more competent than them? Well, first, it's a good question. Thank you. It is a burning question in service company like ours in the software development. So what AI does is what young employees would do. Call centers is AI does what people do. In a business process, the AI does this. So to have a competitive advantage by stopping recruiting young employees, you don't prepare the future. End of story. So this is a burning question in companies. So let me ask you one thing. So I want you to understand what's behind that. Do you think in the room, the audience, to have an inner voice? You have an inner voice. Who here has an inner voice? Raise your hand if you think you do. Well, even interpreters have an inner voice. We have an inner voice in 2 languages, actually. So there are a lot of schizophrenic people in the room here. Great. So 20% in people who did not get my question. 20% of people here who don't understand the notion of inner voice. Justin and Bone from MIT study was fascinating because we live in a world where there are external voices disconnected from inner voice. You got the call from a voice which is disconnected from an inner voice. I don't know how. I was fascinated because on my computer and my old computer could see that, Perplexity gave me access to the study. I would not have found it. So I'm good in bibliography, but I would not have found that. What did happen? Well, I compare this to the board in the metro station when you have to push a button to find the station where you want to go. Now you can see the station, but you don't have the line. Well, I have the Justin and Bone, but I don't have the path to get there. I've lost that. So I'll try to build it again, to find it again. Then what is missing is this, to know how to build a map. the critical mind, problem solving, skills and competence that can be deployed in knowledge world which is richer, more complex. And possibly one last study. This month, a major study has been published, Stanford and Quinton, who understood, which shows that in complementarities between AI and humans, we focused on the border, empathy, creativity, everything that makes it possible to go further in human capabilities. But if you ask employees where the complementarity takes place, they talk about automation, time saving. So there is a difference between companies which go to the border, but in reality, the employees will ask for simple things and very complementary in terms of time saving or value added. But you have to correct that because there are projects being deployed will be simple projects for automation and speeding up of processes.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Anne Bourreau also, because there's a big difference between big companies and small companies in what you're saying. Professor Wood, you wanted to comment? Well, it's about training. It's not just a question of applications. I'm not going to be an economist coordinator. I'm going to speak as a president of university and can talk about what we do at PSL. We believe that we have to provide a double competency, a high, understanding issues of generating AI at a high mathematical level and having other skills. So we're creating double majors in our university on AI and organization with the Paris School also. And we think that AI plus X is fundamental. We set this up thinking that AI and law, AI and economy, AI and management, AI and climate, all of these double programs were important. And in the session that we organized at the ENS AI Club, we realized that the CEO of the Boston Consulting Group said that they technically needed in their positions people who are super competent in AI and super competent in work anthropology in the way of managing changes and upheavals. So I think it's not just applications. We need to go to the origin of the construction of knowledge and with double topics. So we're even at the PhD level, we're having this parallel program with 2 majors. So we want to develop competency in AI. We're not good, according to the OECD. So we want to give application tools, but not only. Otherwise, as Anne said, in terms of sovereignty, we'll be overrun. We need to manage our future thanks to training.
Anne, I said that in what we are describing here, I try to imagine the 2 worlds. Major corporations, which seems to be ready, they have the means to be equipped, and SMEs. Could there be a gap? Could there be a shift? You know, people who can manage AI and those who will yield to AI. Yes, of course, this is true for SMEs, for associations, for state services or departments. I mean, we see this individually. There are also difference in age. Major corporations, you know, they can launch a process. They have means to call on advisor, consultant to do investment, to work, as Etienne said, to organize processes. The reality of the utilization of AI today is twofold. First, young people, you know, just a figure, you know, it changes every day, but 12-24 bracket, 85% of them use AI. So, over 35, well, you know, 31%. So you can see the difference. So I have a first call is that if you don't use AI much, try it this summer. Learn to use it. Ask other people to help you to understand more concretely what it means. So first difference is difference of adoption by young people, and because they feel more threatened in their in their junior position in business, but also almost for psychological advice, for behavioral agency, how to write an answer. It's a true added value that people who use the users of AI see. So second gap or difference in 50% of people, small, whatever the size of the company, use AI. In some cases, this is part of programs of companies deployment where you're being trained. The safe chat GPT of the company. Or I talked with the manager of Veolia. Same example as for microelectronics in plants to automatize, maintenance of facilities when you're the only one present at night in the plant. It helps to know where to go. So the other aspect in companies, what we call the shallow AI, or the use of autonomous or independent. It's a makeshift. I will save time. I think I will do better. There is a use case. The management doesn't want to use it, but I think it's useful. So this is a huge reality of the utilization of the AI today in businesses and companies, and including small companies. So what do we do now? Because of course this is good. Those are people who appropriate AI and then define their use case which are relevant. Often, as Etienne said, which are, it makes it possible to automatize the part of my work which has less added value. I'm less at ease and I save time. So, for example, doctors who will personalize messages to their patient, and you don't explain the surgery of the knee the same way you do it to a rugby player or an engineer of 50 years who has to understand the scientific aspect of it. And because, this is the increase in automation of tasks. But anyway, it may also induce risk. They will give personal data, confidential data of the company to models who use it for training. So you could, of heterogeneousness of answers of the clients, we can see that there is a need to frame this, and I think we have to make it visible. I mean, there is a study from Jan Ferguson from INRIA, doing data graph, to just been published with recommendation. We have to legitimize such practices. Let's say, oh, it's shameful, you use artificial intelligence, but make it visible, share it, and use it to build programs that will be deployed in small SMEs, to try to follow with your question.
Justement.
So at SAP, you're doing this teaching work, what you talk about the risks represented by shadow AI in terms of cybersecurity. Yes, we decided to have what we call responsible AI. Already in the usage cases that we propose to our customers, we ensure that they're as responsible as possible, and we educate our customers in the use of AI. I wanted to come back to another event as a European country, the aspect of sovereignty that was brought up earlier. And earlier talked about investments that have been made in the United States. But there are a lot of things that were announced at different events, Viva Tech and the AI Summit, etc. Digital sovereignty is an essential element today. But I think we're missing something. We're focusing a lot on the creation of data centers, which is an essential brick, but is not sufficient today. And I really liked what was said earlier. The game isn't over for AI. And we have an opportunity today, a unique one, to reshuffle the cards and to get ahead. And SAP today is the only European global technology company. So it does exist, it's possible, and we must give ourselves the means to get other AI champions developing. We talk about Mistral in France. We need other Mistrals. And it's very important to bring back into the heart of the debate this question. We need billions of euros of investment in other elements that are software elements. It was said earlier by Etienne. Artificial intelligence today is fed by data, and this AI will provide real gains because the data that's produced and is fed is a high-quality one. And this is brought by company software. And today there's an investment in software that is significant. So we must have this ability to invest more massively, to have a software, an AI system emerge in Europe, a bigger one. Today, we're suffering as European companies in a context of disparate standards between the European countries. We're a German company, and so the regulations on the sovereign cloud are not the same in Germany and in France. And today we need this ability to, like our American friends, be able to scale up at a European level, to have a real single market for digital in Europe, and this is vital for us to catch up in the race. And there's another very important element. As I said earlier, we have a lot of assets in Europe. We have a unique wealth of data. We have a rich industrial ecosystem. So today we have to put this AI in action. It's the public authorities, but it's also companies that must work together according to sector of activity. For instance, the automobile sector, they need to work together to create models, to think together about the cases that they can use to improve their productivity. And it's now that we need to act. I don't know if I answered your question.
So let's stay with the theme of sovereignty. Simply, we don't have much time left. I'd like to ask Renito, and then I give you the floor, then Corinne, you'll have the floor. But Renito, with your views from your vision from Japan and player of AI, and to continue on what you were saying early on, do you believe in do you think you should open data in a system, or should we have a zone-by-zone protection?
Thank you. So I think your question about the data protection and how we are using this. There's the European area has a GDPR, Japanese have a GDPR equivalent, and the data free flow based on responsibility is somehow possible, but also limited as well. So what matters here is not just about freely exchanging a data, but how you're using the data to make the real use case. I think this will be also related to our broader question about how we can make it happen that no one is left behind in this AI society. So we've been, the initial topic here is, is AI replacing human, or is AI augmenting human? Of course, the textbook answer is no. AI is never replacing human, even under the aging society. AI is augmenting human. But making that happen needs we have to run a little bit more extra miles to make that happen. Because just imagine, if AI can automate your job as a journalist by writing an article, yes, AI can come up with hundreds of different questions you may want to ask us, and then AI can write whatever the draft for your newspaper article. But it's eventually the human being who is picking one relevant question from 100 different options, and you're doing your fine-tuning into the draft. This is the human element. This is a human element which survives, even under the AI is becoming so prevalent. But how can you tell the people? How can you, Professor, this is your question as well, but how can you empower the regular human being like ourselves to take advantage of AI and be a best user of AI? I think this is going back to our question about the data, usage of the data. Because preparing the data as it is, or even preparing foundation model as they are not enough. Our eventual goal is to empower human being to be a best master of AI. And in order for the regular human being to fully untap the AI potential, getting the raw data, getting foundation model doesn't make sense. It has to be a use case. It's an application. It's a usable, the agent layer. So I think my answer to your question is that even to answer that question, we have to think about how we can elevate our current level of the AI usage into the use case in an application.
Thank you. Corinne de Bilbao.
Ouais. Sur la souveraineté, alors je vais...
For sovereignty, I'm going to be brief. When we talk about sovereignty, it has many forms. It's the sovereignty of competency, of innovation. It's also secured systems. because being sovereign and having systems that leak is not something that companies want. The European demand is very important, and it's taken very seriously. We need sovereign AI. And how can we answer this? There is no single answer. There are hybrid systems. There are hybrid responses. What is the problem that we're trying to deal with? And in most companies, there are several answers. Data security. Today, data is processed, reside in Europe, and the support is done by Europeans. So today we have an answer for this data security and confidentiality, and that's super important. The other question that was raised that's more recent is the plug-off. And if the U.S. disconnects Europe, there were announcements about digital residency and the opportunity of having private systems where your cloud can run. So it's a private cloud system is an answer to this necessary need for resilience. There's also the sovereignty of critical infrastructure, nuclear energy, those that we consider as critical industries. Capgemini Orange is the answer to what we call the saving cloud, secured on a site, and it's completely disconnected, and it resists to the Cloud Act. So the request for legal jurisdiction over our data. In Germany, it's ELOS with SAP. So these two countries have really worked on this topic. The answers are hybrid. There are answers, but beyond that, there's a real need to get the whole ecosystem to participate and to open up. We really strongly believe this. There will not be any sovereignty without the deployment of the technology and the opening up. Everyone needs to participate.
Et avant de passer la parole au professeur Mood, bien sûr, ça faisait partie évidemment de vos conclusions dans le travail que vous avez fait avec Philippe Aghion sur cette souveraineté, comment se protéger.
The sovereignty, how to protect ourselves without closing opportunities, because this is the point. What is at stake is not having all our energy in protectionism or in frameworking and missing the train. Completely, I think it is a balance which is to be achieved, absolutely. We tend in France and in Europe to say, okay, well, since sovereignty is important, we'll think before implementing AI solutions. I think we should not. We talked about that. The first recommendation of the report was to education, adoption, formation, the public debate, how do we implement things? Then, of course, there is the sovereignty issue, which is important, which is even more visible because we've seen the US position, we've seen the story of a judge who was disconnected from his email services. So it's reality we have to brace for. But we have to move on in the two directions. We have to adopt while having targeted sovereignty actions. We cannot replace Microsoft overnight for all its services in Europe, but we need to deploy European solutions as well. Thank you all. And the word of conclusion to Professor Mood. Well, it was a rich, there is no conclusion, but you know, there is still an open question. There are solutions. Just two comments that we haven't touched on. Train, education, competence, demography. We got the demographic issue in France, and we have less children. We're joining the average, European average, So with 15 years, there will be a problem of not enough young population getting to the training. And if we think in terms of closed economy, there will be a problem of international attractiveness of talents. Let's take advantage. We got a US administration which is shooting itself in the foot because the power of the US is their ability to drain the world competence and talents. They're lowering these capabilities. The retention rates from the students, international students who find a job, stay in the US, was 70% versus 40% in France. We have to take advantage of that to improve our international attractiveness and don't consider the international students to is a sort of an adjustment variable to reduce demography, to solve the problem of demography. And the double competence, you know, this is we got 50% of women. This is true. It's a true topic because it's not just the age of working and young, but there are. So it has to be a national must. We must mobilize ourselves so that girls would join in scientific domains, especially in mathematics. Third, and I'll stop now, illusion of sovereignty. Just, I want to warn you against the fact that it's not because we do have French companies, apparently, that we want sovereignty. The OPA, OPAs do, exist. They take over so we can secure, the being easy on if the data are bought massively by games of, takeover, bid and thing. Europe has to have a financial strategy, powerful strategy, so that sovereignty should be appear at every level of the value chain and not just the securitization. It could be illusion. Thank you for your remarkable presentation. Thank you all. Have a good day.
On doit commencer, Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton, we need to start. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here in the main amphitheater of these rencontres to talk about European defense strategy, which is a very hot topic. Unfortunately, I don't need to explain why. The news reminds us of this question every day. So we're going to continue conversations that were started yesterday evening with the intervention of the Minister of the Armies, Sébastien Lecornu, and Laurence Boone, who's with us again today, who's really our expert on defense during these rencontres. All European countries agree on the observation that we need to massively increase our defense capacity in order to deal with this major security challenge, war on our continent, the need to support Ukraine, and perhaps to defend other allies against Russian aggression. And in a geopolitical context that's very particular, where our historic ally, the United States, is threatening to withdraw their protection of the European continent. In France, we don't really sometimes understand the huge change of paradigm for the partners of France who used this American support for their defense. They were completely dependent on American support in conventional or nuclear weapons. So everyone agrees about the observation. The problem is, how can we do this? With what budget when our coffers are empty? So we'll talk about this with our speakers who are all very familiar with this topic. I'll present them, even if many don't need to be presented. Emmanuel Chiva, you're the General Delegate for Armaments at the Ministry of Defense. It's a very strategic position because with your administration, you're managing weapon armaments programs for our armed forces. Mathieu Louveau, you're in charge of strategy for Airbus. You've been in this group for 15 years, and mostly in Airbus helicopter, which was formerly called Eurocopter. Thierry Breton, you're a former European Commissioner for the domestic markets. From 2019 to 2024, you were in charge of defense in particular, and you launched, after the invasion of Ukraine, the first European defense strategy that was followed by others. Florence Parly, you're the former Minister of the Armed Forces in the first Macron presidency, before the change in paradigm that we're talking about, and you'll be able to talk about the contrast with the situation at the time and the change represented by the war in Ukraine. And you're currently the President of the Board of Directors of Air France KLM. Olivier Scalabre, you're the Director of BCG France as a consultancy firm. You're specialized in industry, and you've worked with many clients in aeronautics and defense. And lastly, but not least, Laurence Boone, who's an economist and member of the Cercle des Économistes, who's our coordinator for this session and the former secretary in charge of the European plan. So you are familiar with this because you were an actor in these topics. Let's begin with you framing the challenges of this debate. Thank you, Marion. Thank you for being here for what I think will be an animated debate, because what I'm going to say in my framing of the debate, despite the war, despite progress, we've not moved much, and we'll see why. Last week, at NATO, there was an agreement signed where each member of the European Union committed to increase their defense spending to 5 points of GDP, so 3.5 points for military spending, and today we're at roughly 2 points of GDP. The big European project called ReArm EU, it talks about financing, but it doesn't condition it to the purchasing of European arms, and it has not put any conditions on joint purchases made by European countries. We know joint purchases only represent 20% of the purchases made by European states, while they had committed to reaching 35% of these purchases. the financing remains essentially national, because the big programs like the one we call SAFE, that's the ability for each country to borrow with a slightly lower interest rate. But the states don't take out these loans together. And if we look at the programs set up by the commissioner, they're at a smaller scale. And if we only look at defense, we're talking about several billion. And there's also the CHIPS Act and in the Industry Act, but it's very small as joint financing for this sector. And this is the opposite. There's the opposite situation in the U.S., where the defense sector is extremely consolidated. They supply military equipment for the entire United States, and a big part is exported to Europe, even today. Even as we're speaking, many countries are importing American weapons. In Europe, we have big players in the defense industry. In France, particularly, there are big companies and small ones. It's very important for our regions. 4,500 companies that are referenced by the armaments ministry. So why am I talking about the lack of coordinated and common financing? Without this coordination, the increase in expenditure will agitate the competition. Industry from one country to the next is in competition. Countries avoid buying. Germany avoids buying French equipment, and France only buys French equipment. So each sends their orders in their countries to their companies. And if we increase the ability to finance, we're going to bring the prices up. We're going to accelerate the rate of production, but this is going to take some time. And we're also going to increase imports because we don't have the possibility to meet all of the demand. We'll be reinventing the wheel sometimes and lacking things at other times. So I think that the NATO agreement, like all of the commitments that were made in Europe, doesn't really change anything, because each time we're staying at a national scale. So what I wanted to say in this framework for the discussion, we have talked a lot about the weapons programs, and we have different ones, but if each country stays only with their national champions and only buys nationally and continues to maintain this competitive structure, we won't rearm at the scale and the speed that we need. And we'll do what we did with defense, what we did with the capital market, just a framework that's not very much implemented. Thank you.
I will now turn to Olivier Scalabre. You do have a global vision of the domain. The challenge today is quite new for this domain, is it? Thank you, Marion. Well, the context you reminded us, the context is one war in Europe, the US pulling out, and the menace threats that are growing. We're in a context where 60% of defense expenditures goes to other actors than the European actors, as Laurence said. So now, the Europe response at this stage is financial. To have a margin of maneuver 800 billion. This is it's a lot for the top. It's only a small part of the solution. If we keep buying the same material or product and produce the same equipment at the same cost at the same rate, we will not reach our strategic objective, which is in Europe to have a credible deterrent force vis-à-vis Russia. So let me give you an example with air defense. We have to, we have to produce more, faster, cheaper, and we have to produce European. So air defense, it is the Golden Dome, the Patriot system. It's what goes on today. You probably follow the news between the US and Ukraine, for example. Today we spend 90% of system are US, okay? 90%. So we need to produce more. That is 10 times more, faster. That is 3 times faster, and cheaper. That is 7 times cheaper. This is what we're talking about if we want to reach the strategic objective in terms of defense. So the challenges are huge. The margin to cross is huge. Even if we had the money, we would have to spend it differently. So my conviction is that there is no country can solve such a problem of such a scale alone. You need a consortium, you need an ecosystem of players with industrialists, tech players, supply chain, subcontractors who get together to solve that problem. First thing, there is not one leader there. I think we have to, all the energies have to get together. Second thing is that you have to have an open. The European defense industrialists have 25 times less scale than defense players in the US because we spend less than the US. We got 5 times more fragmentation, and because I told you 60% of these expenditures don't even go to the Europeans, they go to the US and other players. So 25 times smaller. So being 25 times smaller, how do you want us to solve the problem alone? So you talked about pulling our programs, defense programs. Well, it might be too difficult to do it in existing. We talk about 17 or 27. There are programs on submarines, programs on the fighters. There is a lot of parti pris, there are a lot of players, jobs, but I think we have to concentrate on the domains for the future where there is a white page, a blank page. Air defense, it's mainly US, so we have to create everything. Drones, of course, space, Mr. Breton, you initiated part of these initiatives, and electronic warfare. So in 4 domains we have to be collective and we have to be Europeans. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier Scala. Producing more quickly, and producing things that we were no longer producing. We talked about this yesterday. Sébastien Lecornu said we need to produce. We were used to doing the high-end production, and now we have to turn back to mass production to be creating more basic weapons. Thinking European isn't always easy, n'est-ce pas, Florence Parly? This year, at the Rencontre Économique, we're talking about confronting the shock of reality. The first reality, the main one, is either Europe faces it or it has to stand back. So given the decisions that were announced here and there, everyone needs to be aware of that. The second reality, the second shock, is that we are now in an era we can call post-democratic if we like, but it's not law or rules that are now being applied between countries. It's money and strength, and it's nothing else than that. And in this context, yes, the world is a dangerous place. I won't explain why. You know very well why, but I will say that it's not simply dangerous because there's a war at the doors of the European Union. It's dangerous because the war is every day within the European Union. We might want to ignore it, but the hybrid war is a reality, and we can accept that our hospital systems be brought down by cyber attacks, but one day this is going to have to be unacceptable. My third point is that the idea according to which defense and security are European topics is not a natural idea for any of us. It's not in our treaties. It's all national competency of the different countries. And it seems that this is continuing. There's a type of strategic blindness which Saktis said, the second commander for NATO. We can no longer believe in the soft commerce of Montesquieu. Look at Russia. We can't believe in the development of international trade as a vector to install democracy everywhere. Look at China. And we can no longer believe, if we ever believe this, that if there are no weapons, there are no wars. Look at Rwanda. Hundreds of thousands of deaths are due to the use of machetes, unfortunately. So none of these prophecies are working. To finish, with a quote that movie aficionados will recognize. In life, there are two categories, those with a loaded gun and those that dig. So it's time to avoid being the ones who dig. For this, we need a sovereign Europe. And that is the heart of my message. That's what the President of the Republic started talking about in September 2017 with a speech at La Sorbonne that has not aged at all. It's still relevant today. He says in terms of defense, our objective has to be autonomous action capacity for Europe alongside NATO. What's missing in Europe today, this is the Europe of defense. It's a common strategic culture. We're unable to act together in a convincing way, and this challenges our credibility as Europeans. As American disengagement is not a progressive one, but a brutal one, I think that it is vital that what hasn't really been shared by Europeans, the second, we cannot face all of this alone. We must work as a federation. I'm not going to come back onto the terminology. I spent 3 years with Thierry alongside me explaining what strategic autonomy means. Why strategic autonomy? Some say, I like being dependent on the US. What is strategic culture? What is the Europe of defense, which was a controversial topic in the past? This hasn't stopped us from acting and moving forward. No one's talking about our strategic tool that this is the first way that they were able to diagnose the challenges that we are facing, and I'll let Thierry talk about other aspects. The strategic compass, which is the tool they were using. All of these things must be consolidated, and when I say this, it's because we cannot waste this strategic awakening that is happening in Europe. And if I have time, I'll tell you a story about what European versatility means. And to conclude, I don't know if it's Mr. Trump or Mr. Putin that will definitively awaken Europeans, but I think we need to continue to wake up.
Florence parle. Alors,
Today, Europeans are fully awake. You know, the shock of reality is there. We've seen a change in Berlin about massive investment. However, a lot of countries are still in a situation of dependence. So even if they're now awake, they cannot turn their back to the American ally. At the European level, we talked about it, the purchasing procurement program with the money from the European budget for defense purchasing, but it's very slow. It is still being concluded. Well, you initiated as a commissioner, Thierry Breton. So how can you speed up this at the European level? First, good morning, all of you. You understood. The objectives are clear. Threats have been identified, and it's a mess. It's a mess. Things are not good. In fact, the topic we have now in Europe, Laurence said it, Florence said it, it's not to fight to know who has to make decisions in terms of defense. Defense is the member state, under the hand of the member state, and it will stay like that for at least a generation. So don't touch that. However, on the contrary, what can be part of the pooling represented by the Commission is the defense industries. First mistake, we created a defense commissioner to give some kind of illusion. All of a sudden, the defense was under the control of the Commission. The Commission is there only in charge of industries and defense industries. I was a commissioner to defense industries. So what's the topic for us? What's the issue? It's not money. The issue is to work together. Because you see, when it comes to defense, you know, the general delegate who said better than me, we know how to do everything in Europe. We can do nuclear submarines France being better than others. We know how to have supersonic missiles. We have the best planes. We can do everything. The problem we face is that we still do it in a sort of an arsenal or pile stock logics, but we don't do it fast enough. And the problem is that we don't do it together. So it's not by shouting, not Europe, 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 but by together, 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 that is going to take place. So I faced this issue, this problem, when the European Council came to see us, and said, Mr. Commissioner, we have a problem. We have to deliver 1 million bombshells to Ukraine, and with the collaborators, and for the first time, gun ammunitions, and for the first time in our European history, a European Commissioner, a representative of a European institution, could have access to the entire European industrial defense apparatus, because otherwise it was just blocked by the sort of the ghetto of each member state. And we created a program called ESAP. It's not so rocket science, as we say. So what did we say? For industrialists, industry to do ammunitions, shells, TNT, powder, for them to work together to reduce the chain of value. We have to invite them to do. And do you get the companies to work together? I didn't find anything better than co-financing upstream. If you come with 3 companies, 3 countries, with a pooled project, it's not difficult. And you know what? It does work, actually. In Europe, we used to manufacture 600 bombshells per year, gun shells per year. Now it's more than 2.5 million. We caught up with Russia. That's it, done. Noiseless. Why? Because we found the means to we find a way for companies to work together. So we know what to be done. We know. And this is why in the AD program that we developed with my collaborators, it's not just procurement. It's a program made to increase, because this topic, we only have that, to increase our production capacities as quickly as possible, been said as best as possible, with competitiveness and pooling. And in ADIP, we gave the objectives, we defined the means, we defined the scope of the ambition, but we also indicated, with my friend Kaja Kallas, who at the time was First Minister of Estonia, who has replaced our friend Josep Borrell as the High Representative of the European Union, we said that we needed at least 100 million, to have this instrument that would, by co-financing projects upstream, to pool the resources. And it's indispensable. What is being proposed today, Rearm Europe is nothing. Rearm Europe is just said, if you go at 3.5%, we no longer we don't meet the clauses of the Growth Stability Pact. So we want to have this pooling envelope. Today we propose 100 billion. It is 1.5 billion for bombshells, 600 million. So twice. I mean, come on, let's be serious. This is not serious. So what we need is to, the text, the document has been discussed at the European Parliament. It is reviewed in the European Parliament, member states, and I hope France will not be the last one to mobilize them, to increase this envelope, not to drop our debt, but simply to have the means to work together. And if we do it, and trust me, we will achieve that. But if we don't, well, the 500 billion euros put on the table by Germany will create a air hole, aspiration, black hole, we say some people, and it will be fragmentation again, and we will have missed the objective. It is now, and it is the way it should go.
Merci. Merci Thierry Breton.
Thank you, Thierry Breton. Progress has been made, but it's not very simple. Not simple for industrial companies that are dealing with contradictory information sometimes. Mathieu Louveau, you know these challenges. What's the sticking point today to increase production paces and to meet new needs? Hello, everyone. What's sticking are points that have already been mentioned, and I just want to stress a few of them. In the last 10 years, Europe invested in 20% in defense. 20% of what the Americans were investing in defense. 60% of this budget went to non-European equipment, mostly American and recently Korean. That's 12 times less. And this amount that's 12 times less than the Americans were investing is in 6 programs. So for a given program, Europe puts 70 times less money than the Americans do. In these conditions, you can't be surprised that in sampling conditions, we can't wrap up. There have been a lot of positive changes to deal with these 3 problems. There was a NATO summit with commitments made by different countries. The economic or budgetary capacity to honor their ambitions is still a question, but we're going in the right direction anyway. There have been positive changes on European preference. It's still one-off and symbolic, but for instruments like ADIP, there have been decisions made recently to foster European industry with purchasing of equipment produced 65% in Europe and the design in Europe, so we need to expand this and use it more generally, and we need to reduce fragmentation. This means allowing companies to work more closely together in the aerospace industry and also setting up European programs. European programs work. Airbus is an example of this. It's a civil program, but it's the same reasoning. It's also helicopters and CMBR missiles. It works. We should do more of this. And I agree with what Commissioner Breton said about working in a pooled manner, because this is how we will succeed. We need duality also to have series effects to allow dual production. We have this in Airbus for planes, satellites, or helicopters. We need to export. That's a French notion since the beginning. It's newer in other European countries. It's starting to be understood, and we need visibility. And I'll stop there. We have civil and military activities. We have airlines that are ordering planes for 2028, 2030, 31, and we have a much lower visibility on the military market than on the civil market. We can invest if we can predict the market. We do this every day in the civil market. It's more difficult in the military market, which is more complex. But we need this visibility, and we have a tool that exists as the military programming law in France, but it's not generalized in Europe, either at a pool level or in the main purchasing countries. So if we develop this visibility, I believe that the industry will meet the challenges. And to conclude, Europe has the economic, technological, and human capacity to defend itself against all threats alone. Of course, American support is welcome, but Europe can act alone. We just need to be organized, and that's why I want to conclude on this positive note. I believe we can do it.
Alors, besoin de visibilité.
We need visibility, so we need orders. The governments have been asked in last spring. You did communicate on this this week. It's moving in. Now, you are the heart of this, Mr. Kiva. So what should be done now? What should be done to go into that direction? So I'll try to be short because I'm... no. 3.4 billion of new orders placed since the beginning of the year. This year, so there was a, well, you know, when you change government, you know, the 12 billion paid since the beginning of the year, and we decreased about 60 million euros per day. So we're catching up somehow, quite rightly. So just observation, and three observation is that we don't start from the same position, initial position. The French technological industrial defense base, you know, is unique, and that in France is hypertrophic. You know, 5,400 SMEs. Why? Because it comes from deterrence. Because we wanted to have strategic industries, and therefore we could build this autonomy vis-à-vis nuclear deterrence. Now, how do we do it? Well, three messages. First, the rearming, or European rearming, or national rearming, should go through cooperations which are reinvented. And in this domain, we don't have time to waste time. Reinvent, what is it? Means that we must accept that we should have countries that will be leaders, other countries that will follow. We don't have to necessarily have a 27 full agreement, but to have somewhere consider the solution that exists off the shelf, that a country could lead other countries in the satisfaction of needs, in the meeting of needs, the coalition of needs, and to stop doing peacetime cooperation. You put little flags all over the place, and we hope everybody will have the same percentage in the sharing of work. We have to stop that. It doesn't work. Why it doesn't work now in the period in which we are, with this the juxtaposition of crisis. Second, there is no European defense pattern without investment on technological security, because today we concentrate on the crisis, but we should not sacrifice to the emergency of crisis the preparation of the future. And the preparation of the future are the technologies signed early on. It is also the high altitude space, quantic technologies, and Europe is doing well, actually in good position, France as well. We are not today declassified. We have to keep investing. We have to finance innovation. We have to finance the duality of such innovation. Mathieu Levy talked about it. It's essential for the relevance of the business model. And third and last message, well, finally, we should go from a notion of sovereignty, we don't know what it means clearly, to a notion which will enhanced sovereignty. What is enhanced sovereignty? It's to be proactive, to be able to anticipate on independence. We talk about Ukraine a lot, about the current crisis, but the first crisis that made us aware of this was the COVID crisis. During the COVID crisis, we realized that we depended on a lot of suppliers. Ukraine crisis showed that we were even more dependent in all domains, actually. At one stage, we couldn't find any mustard in France, and therefore, less critical than missiles, fair enough. But we have to anticipate on such a critical dependency, and we have to adopt an approach that will make it possible to have a metrics that will guide investment. And finally, when we talk about cooperation, we have to stop talking about just objects. It's not just the tank, it's not just the ship or the plane. They could be also the domains, the industries. The main dependency is in semiconductors, and we can do the best we want, but if overnight we no longer have access to a GPU processor, we can't do AI, including for the defense. So these are the three messages I would like to convey.
We have a lot of things to do. Very concretely, when we say we have to make choices, and we can't always have everyone around the table, everyone participating in the discussion. We've often said that France would say, buy European, but they meant buy French. We want to sell everything to everyone, but we don't want to buy from elsewhere. So in future, we have to say, let's let the Germans build tanks, we'll build something else. Let's all have our national champions. Yes, it was often brought back to a type of French arrogance that's linked to what I said, linked to the fact that this that we know our military complex knows how to do it all, but maybe too much? No, maybe not too much, but not adapted to production speeds today and not adapted to current challenges. It's not a criticism of industry, because for many years now we've been asking them to not go too quickly, because we wanted to ramp up with our engineering. We wanted to maintain them. When there are military programming laws where we had budgets down and no public ordering, now we say you don't know how to build a missile in less than 36 months. Well, we've never asked them to do that in the past. But I would like to say that we have worked for 2 years now, 3 years, on the war economy, the defense economy. So cost, performance, lead time. We need to focus on lead times right now. Cost also, but the war in Ukraine did not downgrade our equipment. We had to produce 155 millimeter shells and mass produce them. But when we see what happened with Israel and Iran, they don't do it with these types of shells. If we want to remain autonomous, we need to create both sizes. We need to do both. And every now and then we have to accept that others produce better than us and we can follow them. We buy their equipment and we even accept licensed production on French territory. Similarly, other countries should accept to produce under license. It's not abandoning. Yes, but in Europe. Yes, of course, in Europe. I'm talking about Europe. I thought that was clear. That's a thorny topic. Yes. Without talking about licensed production, in the Bourget, we signed a letter of intention to acquire globalized systems that replace AWACS, and they're made by Saab. So we're in this reasoning to see what is the best product today. A month and a half ago, we got together with all the directors of armaments at the Ministry of the Armies, and each presented 3 products, 3 subsets of systems off the shelf, say who's interested, who wants to develop this. France, like others. And this is a new way of thinking about this cooperation for France, but also for others, thinking that we can work together particularly in licensed production systems.
Olivier Scalab, when we prepared the roundtable, we talked about new ecosystems, things that could emerge, drones. The principle of winners wins. Let's not make the same mistakes as in the past. You know, we want to create a performing ecosystem where the best wins. Yeah, I'll take a risk in this, in the South. I'll take an analogy with the PSG, the Paris soccer team. Well, the PSG lost a lot before he won. We'd made 4 changes could inspire the European defense. First change is Luis Enrique came, so there was a coach which gave a new visibility, opened the field, and maybe you could be the. I think what we need is that there should be some countries. There is no European Union who should do things there. It's a multilateralism with a few countries that get together, agree, which pool volumes, which pool needs in the long term, and who give visibility. And for this, the procurement agencies, such as DGA in France, has a key role to play to give this homogeneity, normalization, visibility. First change with the purpose is to win the Champions League. Second, the PSG pulled the stars out. He got the best in each of the domain, which are the rural teamwork, and there it is the star states who think they can do everything. Well, that's not reality. This is not the way we're going to win. If I take the example on air defense, the long range is the French and the Italians. Medium range would be probably Germans and Swedish. So they have to work together. You know, we have to take the best in each category and make them work together. Then PSG got young players. Mean age PSG is 24, which is the youngest team of the final phase of Championship of the Champions League. And the young in defense, and then the startups in defense, you know, the tech. In the tech, we do have them in the US and the real 30 billion capitalization. They're winning call for tenders from Lockheed Martin. In Europe, we got a few. They don't have the critical side. They have to join the team. We have to get them involved because they will help us go faster, put more tech, more AI, and transform the world of defense. And finally, we need a bench to have the substitutes who should be able to join during the match. Well, you know, in France, if we take this example, 75% of subcontractors are actually the ETI, 10 million on average of the turnover. So scaling up to 10 times 10, you know, it's very difficult. So we need to consolidate this supply chain, so they should be the players on the bench, but they can actually get on the pitch. So Marion, to answer your question, I think don't push or don't force the ecosystems. What killed cooperation, each state will put its champion and a geographical feedback. If I put so much, I have to get so much back. I think we need to see the demand and let ecosystems, we set a few rules, the startups, the industrialists who can cooperate, let them get trained, and the winners wins, the cheapest, more performing, cheapest, he gets the contract. You have a reaction. I would like to give Florence Parly.
So to finish the football metaphor, today, can you see examples of European countries that are ready to make difficult decisions at a political level? Are they ready to kick the ball to someone else? I don't practice this game on a daily basis, but I do observe it. What I can say, as you said just now, we must have some simple principles that dominate. There are two, and they were clearly stated in 2017 by Angela Merkel and Emmanuel Macron. Firstly, to succeed in Europe and to work together on programs, we have to accept that it's the best athlete, not just a question of state, it's a question of industrial companies, so that we have all the chances of winning. So European programs are not there to allow everyone to take inexpensive money and to make up lost time on a technological and economic level. The second principle is to have one person in charge, someone who's managing the program, because these are not things that we can do easily. So to come back to more recent news, thanks to the initiatives that were taken by Thierry Breton and the European Commission in the aerospace sector, we have a program called Iris Carré that's absolutely essential for European autonomy, not only for defense, but also in the civil field. For the time being, there's only one true actor at a global level called Starlink, and it was said yesterday very clearly, Starlink can turn the tap off at any moment, so it's not a sovereign solution for Europe. And so we must now have a program pilot who can manage complex programs in the long term. And of course, it has to be the best industrial companies that meet the needs of the program. Right now, things are in play for it to work, but there's a lot of work left to be done. Thierry Breton, this is your field.
How can we reproduce what was done in space, for example? Well, it took time, but we had a European satellite constellation for defense. Again, I rely on the work done by the 20 member states and 27 defense ministers, including Florence Parly, to work on the white paper on defense white paper. It's called the strategic compass. It was done, it was acted, and it has to be our roadmap. What does it say? It says, among others things, there are 4 domains which are strategic domains. We call them contested spaces or challenged spaces, where it's domains where no country alone can ensure its defense or possibly be offensive. The 4 domains is space, air, cyber, and maritime. So in these 4 domains, which are essential for us, the 27 member states, no country can work alone. So therefore, we've decided for the last 2 years now, 3 years, to get together, it was complicated, and to start working on intergovernmental programs. And I do believe in that, to precisely increase the work with the defense industry. We did this Aris Square, which is the first sovereign constellation where we'll be able to do connectivity, to intervene in a theater of operation, to do space monitoring from space, and to use quantum technologies to do post-quantic coding and ciphering, and we know how to do that in an intergovernmental way. We've done it it already with the Galileo satellite constellation. We apply the same method. Second, air. Of course, we need our own golden dome. We can do it. Of course, we can do it in Europe. We don't need to buy Israeli or US to do it. Now, we do have this wheel. The program exists. France, you're right, as you said. Now, we have to leadership to do it. Cyberspace. When in cyberspace, there is no border, as you know. So we suggested a cyber dome based with 16 the supercomputer SOCs that will be coordinated at the European level, financed at the pool, at the level, not just one country, and they will make it possible to detect early warnings or early threats. And fourth is maritime space. We have the largest maritime exclusivity zone in the world, and no country can do it. So we have to think about that. And now I talk about means and long term. I mean, the army, the militaries in the room may don't like what I'm going to say, but may not like what I'm saying. But how do we do it in the air, in space, in cyber? Well, to have pooled infrastructures that will make it possible to do it, or to group them. We know how to do it in inter-armed system with NATO. So this is the roadmap. But what I'm saying that has been proved. So once the strategy has been established, it has to be deployed, it has to be carried out. What is missing today in Europe, what is missing today in our institutions, is the leadership to implement it immediately. We cannot wait. We know what is to be done. We have to do it. And I said clearly, money will follow, because, of course, will come, because we have the means to get that money, including for those who don't want it to come into the Maastricht criteria. So what's missing for this leadership?
If we're not convinced of the need for leadership, just listen to the American Defense Secretary. It was a month ago in Singapore. He was speaking to the Asian Pacific zone countries. He said, look, we're here to defend you against China. Either you're with us or against us. And for this, all you have to do is buy off the shelf. American industry has everything you need. And we'll set up factories and workshops in your respective countries. So imagine what is true for Pacific Asia is also true for Europe. So if we're not already convinced that we need to move forward very quickly with firm intergovernmental leadership, I think what I said in the introduction will occur, and that will be that Europe will disappear. Mathieu Louveau, for the export, what are the arguments that you need to promote a European industry? I don't think we're missing much. I think for defense, yes, perhaps the depth of production that American industry has, we're not comparing similar volumes. If you produce 70 planes or 100 planes per year, finding 10 or 20 to export is easier than when you're only producing 20. Production modifications are not the same. But for export, what we're missing the most is a unity in European countries in cooperation programs to have the same vision of export and to not have export licenses from 7 different European countries with 7 different visions. So we need to align our geopolitical view on export. I think that's the only thing that's really missing. For the rest, we're well equipped. And European industry has had to export, and I think that we're more motivated than the Americans to do this. I just want to answer a couple of points that were raised. To come back to the French football team metaphor, I believe that you put Kylian Mbappé in the reference. But let's be careful about startups. It's a very important vector for innovation. But in a sector with mostly national financing, it could turn to a race between small national horses, and we're missing the will to work together. This could lead to fragmentation, so we have to develop it. But startups with a European footprint that are based in several European countries would be more simple than monolithic startups focused on a single country. Of course, the best athlete is vital, and it works better with a leader, and that's where the consolidation of companies can help in the execution of programs. When a company is consolidated, by definition, you can have European programs with a single leader. So we'll conclude, and just to leave you the time to ask a few questions if you like. So a need for visibility, for leadership, for cooperation. That's a lot for 27 countries that are not used to lining up on these types of topics. If you have any questions, raise your hands and someone will bring a microphone to you. I just want to ask you to keep it very short. We only have 3 minutes. Questions, please, not statements.
Bonjour,
Madame Barthet, food strategy is great because I do it in Mali. I integrate young people in the Mali Air Force. Question, Madam. I'd like to know how you see this integration of this so that they could have a global strategy and to target the best. I suppose that's for you, yes. Concerning the young player with the startups, well, Mathieu talked about it today. AI has a major impact on defense. In drones and in the command centers where we got the 300 vision of the battle plan and this AI has to be made dynamic, and in startup mode we have to reduce the cycle by 3 or 4. So those new startups that have to be taken in them, where there must be a European footprint straight from the start. They have to emerge. Industrialists themselves have incubators. They kick off, they launch these incubators, but young startups, AI anywhere in tech, are fundamental in this new team. We don't want to oppose startup and major groups. So, other questions in the room on this topic? I see hands over there. Could we have the microphone? To all of you, I agree with what you said. Strategic vision. Now, how is it compatible with the new NATO agreement signed last week? Just one word. What happened is nevertheless very important, because we know that we had to spend more than 2% in defense. We did not do it. Now we have a commitment not of 5 but 3.5% within 10 years. Now the depth you're referring to is given by this perspective, because now, well, of course, the members of NATO will have to follow that objective, which is a very ambitious one, very ambitious goal. Today we spend 320 billion euros per year in Europe for defense. If we all follow the objective, in 10 years we will be at 750 billion. We'll be almost close to the US. And we will have, at last, we will have created a European NATO pillar of a significance which should be close to the US one. And this is what we need to do. It gives us depth. It gives us weight to our companies, and again, we clearly have to push them to increase their production capacities, because if we don't do it, this depth will, of course, benefit the US or elsewhere.
But it's not just a question of cash. We can spend the money properly, or we can spend it poorly. So if we continue in a much more national, extreme weight on our European taxpayers without much return. But if we do what we drew out today, the effectiveness of each euro spent would be much higher. I think we'll stop there. Thank you all. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to Laurence Boone, who coordinated this session with me, and enjoy the rest of the day.
afternoon. Again, great pleasure to be here with the Rencontre économique DEX, and we're talking about competitiveness, European competitiveness, and we have to restore it based on the title of the roundtable this morning. European Union has a roadmap to remain in global competition. So whereas the world is changing quickly, so in many domains, climate, AI, geopolitical tension, and so on and so forth. It changes the world in which we move, and to talk about that, a good panel, beautiful panel, Benoît Bazin, CEO of Saint-Gobain, Berbel Group AXA, Pouyanné, CEO of Total Energy, and Claire Woodman, you know, Director General at Morgan Stanley for Middle East and Africa. And we have with us as well Lionel Fontanier, who is member of the Sales Economist and Director of the LIMIP, which is the Macroeconomic Institute. Lionel, the floor is yours for the introduction to the roundtable.
Thank you, Marie, and good morning, everybody. So, restoring European competitiveness. In the title, we can see that there is a subject and a problem. This problem has been clearly highlighted by the two reports that you will have in mind, which were published last year, the L'État report and the Draghi report, which raise this question of European competitiveness quite directly. To a certain extent, they've said to us, so what do we do now? So to take this question, we can go back a little bit in time and remember that in 1986, we had the Single European Act, and this was the announcement of 300 measures that aimed to eliminate third funds within the European Union, whereas we thought that these borders had been done away with, and this went through the recognition of norms, etc., harmonization of norms, etc. And it was the end of 92 that was given as a deadline. So from the 1st January 1993, we were in this single market. And so for the past 30 years, we've been in this single market. That's an entire generation that has lived in a single market. And what shows the economic works that of which there are many on this subject is that there were gains on one hand. The gains are there. It was a big success, but also there had been some failures. And these failures mean that we specialized in cumulative technologies, and therefore we missed a lot of technological turning points. We had low gains in productivity, at least compared to the United States. And at the end of the day, therefore, we're kind of lagging behind the States. So some successes and some failures. So all of the gains expected did not happen. And the reasoning that went with this, that was promoted by the economists in what was called the Chechnya report. And this report was called the cost of non-Europe. And this report said we must use the size of the market because we will achieve scale economies, and this will allow us to boost productivity, which will bring growth. So the objective was to reduce the remaining obstacles to the movement of goods, services, people, and capital. So what we see is that one generation later, the question is back on the table in somewhat similar terms, but slightly different also. And just as Marie recalled, because the context has changed. The international environment is different. The internal barriers have not all been eliminated. And so there might also be a problem of method. So what is the real reason of the difficulties we're encountering? Is it this problem of context, which is new, and therefore a policy that is no longer adapted? Is it because we haven't worked well, that the barriers were not eliminated? Or deep down, did we go about it the wrong way? And the actual fact is that it's all three. So the international environment has changed. Of course, no point in hammering that message home. Barriers are still there, and the European Commission recently has communicated a lot on what they call the terrible 10 barriers that are really hurting us, and they're real obstacles to growth. And there was a problem of method, and what is interesting is that the European Commission itself acknowledges this problem of method, putting the spotlight on a need for simplification. We created too many rules, it's too complicated, and we're not working properly with the European budget. And finally, We need to re-envisage how we're going to go about the industrial policy. Is the industrial policy we led in Europe appropriate for the new circumstances? So the European Union communicated last May on this, and they published the single market, our European market in an uncertain world. And this summarizes the change in direction of the European Committee that says we need to rework things and move ahead. So that's what the European Commission thinks. You know what the economists think about it. But what's interesting is to see how our panel reacts to these very contrasted findings, with some successes but also some obvious failures in a certain number of areas.
Thank you, Lionel, for this scope. We can trigger we can start the discussion. We have the Draghi report as a reference document on the way we can improve European competitiveness. So, Benoit Bazin, we know the main lines. We did focus on the 800 billion of needs for in investment. So, what I wanted to ask is, what should be taken and what should be left in this report? Which proposes a cocktail of solutions. Well, the Draghi report creates a consensus, a shock as to the competitiveness shift in Europe. It insists on several topics, and two I keep in mind. First, what we know, the capacity of Europe to restore its competitiveness while ensuring energy transition. Second point, it puts forward that the cost of energy competitiveness of Europe is off shift versus the China and the US, the electrification of use and the change of energy market in Europe, and often the cost of energy for industries is the first cost item. So, but there are dead angles. The first one, which I want to insist on, there is no issue of energy efficiency, and we know that in the industrial processes, in the building industry, we can gain in energy efficiency. Energy will remain expensive, we know that, but of course it will give competitiveness, purchasing power. If I take the building industry, we can improve decarbonation. You know, building is 40% of the carbon production. You know, it gives sovereignty to Europe for 400 billion of import of fossil energy. So the energy efficiency can bring a lot. You know, we have to double the energy efficiency, and you know, there are things that do not make so as an aspect that remain blocked. Draghi report insists on key technologies and issues of the future. It's a lot of challenges, but we don't want public policies or industries or forget the existing domains, you know, industrial, which is it's essential industrial domain. The industries of goods, you know, automotive, chemistry, metallurgy. We need these industries for the evolution of Europe tomorrow. And possibly these industries need us to introduce topics of competitiveness of cost. That is the true reciprocity of public markets, being serious on by European Act, to introduce CSR criteria on European purchasing or procurement, to have tariffs on, you know, the discussion on the automotive industry. So maybe these industries need that the pure and perfect economic liberalism doxa that has been dominant for 30 years changed, because, you know, change have changed. You know, China is there and things have changed. So governance of Europe is another topic. You know, in terms of method, we can see there is a decision-making process which is clearly off track. We produce consensus before we work on the substance of it. 2 years ago, we talked about the inflation reduction. You know, you know, now in 4 months, we have tackled the tariffs. So long time ago, we did the community of coal and steel, you know, and with 9 countries, we need a single market, but we don't want the smallest common denominator of 27 should just allow us to go very slowly or to have a sort of soft consensus. So we need to pull out of the purely competitiveness issue, and which was seen purely in terms of a market of European consumers and not European sovereignty, and CSR criteria. Last topic I will discuss is that of competence and skills, especially, you know, engineers, technicians. In France, if we want to be competitive in the industry, we need 50% of technicians and engineers more. So you see there will be investment in public institutions. Those are the three dead angles: energy efficiency, existing domain industry, and ability of the European to make decisions rapidly with several speed, but maybe review the European institutions, which today are somewhat hindering the decision-making process, and discuss the skills and competence.
Patrick Brouillet, we've talked about a lot. With you, we can talk about the cost of energy that you were talking about, far higher than in the States and in China. How can the European economy as a whole remain competitive within this context? Well, I think that we have to come back to things that are quite simple in this energy debate. First of all, the cost of energy in Europe will never be as competitive in the United States for a very simple reason. The United States have all the natural resources. They're the first oil producers, the first gas producers. They have space to do renewables. They even have coal. It's a country that produces energy and can control its cost in a very competitive manner. Europe, to the contrary, imports energy. We import our energy, our fossil fuels today, and even though we talk about nuclear, we will still need to import uranium one day. When we talk about renewable energies, there are the critical metals and all of the supply chains. And the big difference between China and Europe in decarbonized energy is that China has a holistic vision where they control the entire supply chain, including the refining of critical metals, whereas in Europe we only look at the end point. But this doesn't mean, and I think that in this debate, yes, the cost of energy is higher in Europe today than in the United States and in China, but there are a number of markets in the debate. If we talk about European competitiveness, we're talking deep down about industries and companies. In Europe, there are two types of companies. There are the companies that export, and there are the companies, a lot of SMEs that live within the European fabric. And in the export companies, there are those that are energy intensive and need to consume energy. The real subject where we have a problem of competitiveness today is not the companies that are on the domestic market and they're fighting with the same energy costs. It's those who wish to export. It's steel, automobile industry, refineries as well, where there is a question of competitiveness of the price of energy. And we will set up from a higher cost level, but the question is for European states. Do the European states want to implement policies, for example, by detaxing this energy that will be consumed by industries that export and are highly energy intensive, or not? When we look at what Merck Chancellor wants to do in Germany, he has a program, and so it means that politically we must explain to the consumers and electors that yes, their energy will cost a little bit more than for the industrialists. But of course, the mission of all energy producers and states is to lower the cost of energy as far as possible. It so happens that we were subsidized by the Russian gas that has disappeared from the mix, and it won't be back tomorrow. So I think that to do this, we must, of course, because the debate and price is a question also of security of supply. So everything that we can produce on our European land is welcome. That's nuclear, it's renewable energies. We need all of this. But we must be able, and this is my last message to Europe, we must now say that the only way to progress is not to reason as we do now at the border of each country. There is a European continent, and we must really develop. We must come back to the founding fathers. If we want to create a Europe of energy by together considering the European territory as being the territory. For example, we don't want to build wind turbines in France, but Germany likes wind turbines, so let's build those in Germany and create nuclear plants in France and organize interconnection between the countries. We must invest. And to think that we will industrialize France because we want to keep our nuclear power for us, well, it so happens that former nuclear power and the existing nuclear power that has been there for 40 years is very competitive. But the new nuclear power we wish to build costs 100 to 120 megawatt. And so we need to put some figures to this. And we can't mix everything up. But I think that nuclear power is part of the mix, but we must assume what we want to do. And the only way for me of becoming competitive, if we believe in Europe, is to each, except in their countries, to think European, to optimize the cost of our European energy. Once again, we're all in the same boat. We import some energy, but the question is the battle between European countries and to know who is the more competitive. And that's a real problem. Quite honestly, we're all dwarfs faced with the United States, China, and the big countries of the Middle East. So if we don't understand that we need to develop the single market in all of its dimensions, and I will come back to that later, I think that we're missing the point. So indeed, we must believe in an economic European sovereignty and economic European security, these concepts that are really very deep and very positive. And then we need to onboard the citizens. So, you know, we created the euro, and not at 27, but a certain number of countries, and it was a big success. So, you know, we know how to lead big projects that are good for everybody, despite all of the concerns there might be.
Because maybe we were able to tell stories which is more complicated. Thomas Burbel, you know, there will need for massive investment. We talked about that. We can't talk about urban competitiveness without talking about the mobilization of savings. The creation of a huge capital market is sufficient to make sure that the savings in Europe will serve Europe. Lionel just reminded us that this project is about 20-year-old, and we realized that with in the long term, the quality of the project will not increase. We are now experiencing a shock, and we see that there are new powers around us who invest a lot, massively in new technologies to generate growth, and it's difficult to find our position for us. So Europe basically started awakening, you know, but has not yet gotten out of bed to overcome the challenge. And we have to do it now and not in 30 years' time, because we can't wait for 10 years again. So what do we need to do? Observation, money is here. Money is here, it's in Europe. Money is available in insurance companies, in banks, in savings and loans, in assets management, and our politicians spend a lot of subsidies that could be better directed into investment for growth. You know, money is here. Now, you need to know that there is not more money falling from the sky. We have to talk about a better distribution of the existing money. What does it mean? First, money today is mainly invested in governments. The institutional investors support governments, and with public finance and public deficits, which are rather growing than you know, reducing. So we're not going to change the mix. Therefore, if we want to have money for growth, for more risk-prone investment, well, states have to work on budgetary discipline of their public finance. The only way to get money from the state to finance growth for entrepreneurs. Second topic, risk culture. Today, in Europe, it's better to have your own saving accounts rather than to own the European success, or to be an owner of the European success. We have to change our culture very much as they've done in the US. You know, to be the owner of your own fate, of your own success, it's much better. So therefore, what does it mean? What does it mean? Basically, first, institutionals should invest more in risk-taking ventures, means that there should be small adjustments in the existing regulations. There's no revolution here. Second, we need to push investors, long-term investors, and especially pension funds, into the risk-taking ventures. Pension fund managers have no risk incentives today. Depth of the market. Well, today we talked about, for the last 20 years, we talked about the single market, and we end up with 27 capital markets. So each market must be dealt with differently, and this complexity does not push people to invest in Europe. Again, European states should push for a solution that would align have matching regimes with European market with enough cash flow so that we could or liquidity to invest more in Europe. All this is feasible, but there is a need for a political will.
sur la volonté.
So Claire Woodman, more globally speaking, what role does the financial sector, what role can it play, what role should it play in supporting European competitivity?
And I really want to build on some of the remarks that the panelists have made, because I couldn't echo more what Thomas was saying about the need for, interconnected markets. I think sometimes we also forget that 4 of the 10 largest economies are in our region. Sorry, that's better. And we lose sight of that. What does a financial market do? The financial market, we have to remember, is the place that helps us build growth, helps recycle capital, helps capital get to those that supply it and those that need it. And when financial markets work exceptionally well, they produce growth and they produce productivity and they produce prosperity. So we've got to find ways to ensure that the financial markets within the European Union all work together and we bring down some of the barriers. One of the key challenges that has been highlighted for many years and was key in the Savings and Investments Union is the fact that the financial markets and fundraising is very, very narrow and concentrated into bank finance and bank debt. And that has to change. When you have an economy supported by financing coming from 2/3 coming from bank loans and bank debt, you have a system that just can't grow and can't supply the capital that all of the infrastructure products, the transition to clean energy, dealing with the issues that longevity is presenting for all of our societies, it just cannot supply enough capital. And so that's why parts of the Savings and Union's investment is really focused on diversifying the sources of capital available to finance and enable Europe to be competitive. It's not all doom and gloom, though. From my seat, we have a lot of interest in Europe, a lot of interest in the fabulous companies and the innovation that's coming out of Europe. But what we've got to do is find a way to ensure that the capital is available there, and also that the savings that are generated, because the savings rate, Thomas, in the European Union is something like 15%, which is dramatically higher. I think the savings rate in the US is about 4%. So there's a significant place that that can contribute and help to aid the flow of capital and competitiveness for the Eurozone. And of course, it has to be calibrated in the right way. And Thomas talked about, the rebalance of risk and reward. And that has to be very careful because we want to ensure that people have savings, but also can contribute to investments for infrastructure. So not all doom and gloom. And I would just finish my answer with a positive upbeat. And as Madame Lagarde said, I think a few days ago, moments of change can be moments of opportunity. So lots to build on.
Patrick Pouyanné, je reviens vers vous. Vous avez tous les deux parlé de besoin de davantage de coopération européenne.
You talked about the need for more cooperation, more political will, if not courage. So what is Europe not doing to give you the means to be more competitive for decarbonization of the rest? In general, what's the message you would like to convey to the leaders, European leaders, and French leaders as well, of course? Well, in Europe, unfortunately, deindustrialization goes faster than decarbonization. The issue is not decarbonization. The point is that do we want to keep the industry and the jobs? The way we're going to decarbonize, but we will lose jobs, industrial jobs. So it applies in France and in Europe as well. Now, I think we need in this if we open the debate, go back to what Benoit was saying at the origin of the single market, and we built a Europe to fight against inflation and for the consumers. And we therefore deployed policies, politics, especially competitive politics, that means that there is no challenger, European challenger. We have a 400 million market, consumer market, but it doesn't exist in the energy, but in the domain of telecoms and digital, clearly. In the US, you got 4 operators or 5 operators who share 350 million market, consumer market. In Europe, we got 3 or 4 for each country, so that's about 80. None of them has the critical size. None of them has been able to invest. You know, I'm shocked that the European continent and the countries where we have a high level of education, we got a lot of engineers, digital engineers. We have no European digital champion. We companies, we have to put our data with, you know, in the US clouds and for those issues of securities and safety, you know, in a world of multilateralism and such that, you know, problems of sovereignty protection become a real issue, you know, economic safety for all our companies. So why don't we have that? Because we spent our time in the last 30 years to consider there were 27 markets. I see my friends, 27 market regulators in the name of I don't know what sovereignty. I know the telecom market, where they are, you've got to protect a couple of military wavelengths, you know, for the rest, you know, where's the sovereignty? So, bandwidth, sorry. So what I keep from this, so are we able to agree that the sovereignty must be European, and we should have policies not for consumers only, but for jobs, for industrialists, for companies and businesses. And there is a balance to be found. We lost the balance. The consumers are very happy. The price of telecoms in Europe or mobile phone is 4 times cheaper than the US. Simply, you don't get the rest of jobs and innovation that come with it, because that's a virtuous circle. If you want to do cheaper, you don't create innovation. So let me talk about this. If we want to, what is blocking here? And I think the retro shock, the backlash we experienced in the for 5 years. You know, let's not be naive. Multilateralism is over. You know, the ideal world without borders, even major powers for the many domains shrink back to themselves. We Europeans have to change our algorithm, and we have to rethink about our sovereignty. But together, if we fall in the pitfall that we will do it alone, we won't go very far. So it applies to digital for energy, it applies to capitals for markets. Now, why can't we have one major European financial hub? You know, because then we enter about, is it Frankfurt, Paris, Milan? I'm not sure that this is the topic, because when you look at the European companies at the end, we say we're going to go to New York. So let's think about that. So, you know, well, you know, I mean, this is what we see. We, European companies, I'm optimistic, but as long as we move on to do action, and especially for this competition policy, we have a competitive policy, we have to reshuffle it. We have to accept the idea. Not Alstom will marry with Siemens when we say things like that. You know, at the end, we stopped the creation of a European champion. We have to create European champions, otherwise we will not achieve competitiveness. And then if there are European champions, there will be positive impacts for the SMEs. We will know how to irrigate industrial fabrics from the countries. I'm sure I represent a large corporation, but I do believe that. This is a call. Well, we won't do it if we're 27. Yes, of course we can. To be 27 is too complicated. Fair enough. I agree with that. So we politically, with 27, we cannot move forward at the same economic rhythm. But we should make step forward with a goodwill coalition, as we did for the euro, and slowly we will receive others in the various domains on capitals. If we agree, of course, well, it's better that within the first one there should be France, Germany, or, you know, the large countries, and then we will solve the problems. But never mind. The model of 27 unanimity and to get everybody on board, this cannot be a basis to improve European competitiveness. I mean, look at who we have against us. You know, the U.S. federal state, you know, they can't even get their big beautiful deal in 2 months, but they did it. They did it in a consensus that 2 months. And the Chinese, we're dealing with a monolithic, fully controlled system. So our system is all beautiful and exotic. Yeah, the various people don't want to. Well, the role of a leader is to bring a vision, to carry a vision, and to onboard people. Did everybody want euro? No, half of the French didn't want euro. Are people complaining about euro today? No. Did the French wanted the, you know, having their income tax taken from the salary directly? Well, now everybody's happy. So we have to go beyond the argument which I hear, people don't want that. Well, leaders are here to come up with a vision. You're brave if you have a collective vision, and the vision today is to prevent Europe from turning into an amusement park.
Attendez, gardez le micro 2 secondes, Patrick Pouyanné.
So please keep the microphone a few moments, Patrick Diamé. So the message was for the European leaders and the French leaders. Yes, the French leaders, which with the big major countries of Europe, must, when he's coherent in what he says in Paris and in Europe. And I think that he's there to carry the vision for France, and he must do everything he can to create alliances, in particular with our German friends and also the Italians and other major countries. But you must be brave and you must carry forth this vision, and not just say, I need more Europe when you're around the European Council, and then in Paris when you come back to France say, well, yeah, the Europeans are doing whatever. It doesn't work. Let's be brave together. Otherwise, I can only see a slow deterioration. At the end, the big companies that we are, of course, we're profoundly French first and then European, but we must also take rational decisions for the future of our companies. And if we have the feeling that people are saying to us, well, additional taxes, terrible regulations, the ecological and energy transition is a wonderful project, but we need to see how we can implement it. Do you think that publishing a 400-page report has made anything better? What allows us to move forward? So the 4 billion that I invest every year in low-carbon energies, the report was useless to me. It took me up 15 days of my year because I had to look at it. So let's think about what we want. Let us have our feet firmly planted in the real world. What we need to do is invest. So give us the conditions to invest, and the transition is very concrete. But you know, whether we create devilish rules to know whether hydrogen is green and red or blue, I don't understand. And another example, which is entirely absurd: cybersecurity in the electric grid and solar farms. In the United States, there's one rule. It doesn't look it up. It's a rather technical micro subject, but it's the same everywhere in the United States. So now I have the rule. I know what I must do to hook up my solar farms to the grid. And wherever I am in the United States, I do the same thing. In Europe, there's a directive, and the directive was turned into 27 texts. They're not the same. And so even on such a subject, for each of the markets, Germany, Spain, France, I'm obliged to have cyber specialists to connect my solar farms. Do you think that's serious, collectively? So it looks silly, but that's what we're up against. And so when I have to allocate renewable investment capitals, where do I go? So as I'm a bit silly, I still invest in France and Europe, but there you go.
Benoît Bazin, se donner les moyens de...
So, can we invest and to have No, it means that we have to change the Green Deal again, to do amendment, to think more wisely, more sensibly on all these topics. We could have an impact on the European competitiveness, in fact. Back to what I was saying at the introduction, change the economic doxa, European economic doxa. I mean, economic liberalism in the last 30 years is not what China and the US do. And speed and pragmatism in the execution. That's it. Then for the Green Deal, well, we do have something. And I think we are able to improve the competitiveness of company in Europe while ensuring the Green Deal. But realize that in Europe, globally, in all industries, half of the profitability, we have half of the profitability of what we had in the US. So, you know, you have choice of the profitability of the capital. So, Green Deal exists, we should not stop it, you know. We don't have to add anything. So, we have to find competitiveness within the Green Deal. And in fact, European companies are kind of ahead when it comes to technological innovation, know-how, attractiveness. So let's not waste our time by going back 10 years on this topic of Green Deal, but we should apply it in a pragmatic manner quickly for the entire single market. And this is very important to make headway quickly. And, you know, execution speed, pragmatism, and of course, union of capitals, energy policy, 3, 4, 5, we'll move on. And the rest will follow.
I can't agree with Benoit. I think that the Green Deal we need to look at in the light of what we can implement. I think that we're too presided over by this question of 2050. We've desynchronized from the rest of the planet, whether we want it or not. We mustn't lose our ambition, but we must find the right pace. And what people are saying about the energy is they want cheap energy. They want the Green Deal, but it has to be cheap. So we must find a way of rereading the text with this in mind. And so I'm a little bit surprised when we're talking about competitiveness in Europe and the Draghi report in the state. Europe says, well, we have to achieve minus 90% by 2040. I understand the science, but I can tell you that it won't help us. So I think that at one point we need to review all of this, you know, in the light of competitiveness tests. I think there's a problem of pace in what we want to do. And doing it alone against the rest of the world, well, I'm sorry, but it won't manage the problem of climate. But we already have the Green Deal. The minus 90 was an invention without asking the companies. Yeah, they just invented it. So on one hand, you have the Draghi report that talks about competitivity, and the other side, they tell you minus 90. Yeah, we should execute things without creating new things, because there's... Let's be clear, when I say this, it's not because I want to stay at minus 55. We need to progress. It's a question of the trajectory. And you're right. There's a European roundtable. We spent hours talking, and we're never consulted. So Claire Woodman, well, both of you can continue later on to talk about this. Claire Woodman, what initiatives should political decision makers, or should they favour to guarantee that the capital market of Europe count among the most competitive in the world? We're really challenged, so...
On that exchange between Benoit and Patrick, and say for the capital markets, one of the key things is it's just so fragmented across EU 27. And so one of the key things that we have to do is reduce these barriers and ensure that there really is a single market. And actually, I was looking at some IMF data which suggested that the administrative barriers across EU 27 could actually represent a sort of tariff or a barrier of representing over 100%. And I didn't actually think that that could be quite right. It couldn't be that high. But just listening to the discussion that we've just had, you can see that actually, absolutely, that's the case. So fragmentation of markets is not helping competitiveness. The second point I would make is that it's absolutely key to get this stuff done at faster pace. So this point on simplification in the competitiveness compass, let's get on and make some of these changes sooner. Of course, I do feel that the regulation of the financial services industry is an impediment to competitiveness and growth. And I am not one who ever suggests that we should compromise financial stability, because banks and financial services companies play such an important role in the economy and can also actually end up being an amplifier of any kind of risk. So it's absolutely careful that we have to have in mind financial stability. But we've got to enable banks to be competitive with the rest of the world here in Europe. And I would just say, the Savings and Investments Union proposals have lots in there. That's really important. The securitization reforms are just one piece of it. They are really important and critical, but they're not the sole thing that is required to get capital markets here really vibrant, to enable all of these companies to have a lower cost of capital and be able to raise capital in this region rather than allowing it to eke out to the US and be invested. There's nearly $10 trillion of US assets which are held by European holders. We should make sure that we're not losing that capital.
Thank you.
Thomas Jabel, to close with you. So I'm asking a question about what should Europe do? How should it create, what environment should be created? What's the role of politics? What message do we convey? So do you think the role of public power is to set a heading, but shouldn't it first leave room to the businesses so that they will be competitive themselves?
So, I will ask you the question for the French. What are the two events in the past 5 years which made you proud? Notre Dame, the Olympic Games. So, what happened in both cases? In both cases, the state established the framework, and companies and citizens got on with it. And if we look at the link with Europe, the miracle that our fathers created, the first article was that of subsidiarity. A problem must be solved, or where its origin lies. Where do we stand today? In a Europe of local micromanagement, and in a Europe without destiny. If you ask your parents the question, what is Europe? They will say peace. If you ask me the question, Europe is Erasmus. If I ask a question about Europe to my kids, they say, why are you asking me this question? And that is the problem. Europe has extremely well succeeded in creating a space of protection. Its social contract is unique in the world. How can we become a power of growth? But there are a few top subjects to solve. First of all, you can't regulate before you've explored. I think that AI is an extreme example. Yes, we're all discouraged by the fact that the major Americans have already invented everything, but it's not true. DeepSeek is not a threat for us, it's an encouragement. The Chinese, if everything is true, have succeeded with existing technology in leapfrogging. So what prevents us from doing the same thing? And with the need to be more productive, there is no place that is better positioned to do it than in Europe. Second subject, I will 100% agree, the Draghi report, the Letta report, a tremendous piece of work. But in your company, when was the last time that you developed your financial plan before having decided the strategy, before having decided on your vision, and before having decided on your operating model? There are some topics missing there. And third, the private sector must support. I think that your question is absolutely right. Leave room for the companies. We have the solutions, we have the will to help, and we're there to help meet this big challenge. If I take my sector, there is one big challenge of social inclusion. We can help. If I take my sector, climate risks, the lack of insurability, we can help. Give us room to help.
Merci. Alors, on a le temps pour une ou deux questions.
We have time to take one or two questions.
We've got time for one or two questions. Young lady with the microphone, so lots of hands. Sir. Short question, no comments. Hello, thank you all for your talks. I'm a business manager, small SME, in the restoration of historical monuments. My question is that how today can we invest in risk in a country where everything is done so that you take no risk and you are educated in a system where eventually you learn from the start that you should not take risk. This principle of precaution which has infused our society, how can we change that?
Je suis
100% agree, but we should not stop there. We must help our citizens to take risk. How can we do it? Well, there are the state guarantees, so state bonds. Maybe we could say the state will give a guarantee so that people will take the habit of, will get used to take risk. We got a lot of people who, example, people took risk, and maybe we have to give more vision to these people, and with the risk taking, with success, of course, there is the financial success that will come. So maybe we should change the mindset towards financial success. You know, financial success must not create jealousy. Well, we have to remove the principle of precaution from the Constitution, which is a huge signal sent to everybody. And I think there is a space, unlike what we think, and they replace it by principle of innovation. We have to send strong signals. This is what we state from the politicians to send. And we have a system which protects, which, you know, recently I had to respond to a commission and, you know, and then compensate remove the aid if you remove the tax. And, you know, it's not complicated, so there will be less aid. I'm not asking for it, but simply, you know, the entire system is to compensate a system which is drifting. So we have to find freedom. And, for example, and to come back to Europe and so on, when you come to decarbonation, what we need is to set the objective of drop of emission. Don't give a solution to the company. They don't tell us we want emissions to drop, and we'll deal and find solutions, and we will deliver, and we will trust companies for goods, for just sensibility. So simple principle, trust innovation, set the heading, and we'll find the means. Let's stop to regulating everything with micro markets. At the end, they block innovation, like what you think. Second question. Former business lawyer and teacher. I work for business manager. I have a question which summarizes everything I've heard. You say rightly that we have to reform the competition policy. So we have to reform the control concentration, regulation and category for innovation patents. And we have to test before we regulate. That was the case for durability reporting. Mr. Mazar, you did 400-page. Hermes is not like you, but they were synthetic. So, which was indeed suspended for 2 years. On April 2025, it was too complicated for companies. So, shouldn't we simply, for this to work, reform the entire system of the European Union? Is it? All right. How will you change the European Union?
Yes, it's what we're saying in the introduction. There is an institutional question of how the European Union works. It's obvious, and then on a lot of questions, we know that if France, Germany and Italy really put the step forwards in terms of the Union of Capitals, other countries will join them. So I'm not sure that we still have a real European defence policy, but we have very good defence companies in Europe. So yes, we need to move ahead, and I'm sure that all of the other countries will follow on. We have to be practical. The Americans teach us one thing, where they have 60% of the answers to the question, and they correct things as they move ahead, and they correct as they go along. We are lagging behind. We have 30,000 questions, and we're not doing anything. So the speed of execution is a question for companies, and it's also a question for the states and the European Union. Yeah. Well, I think, yes, we must encourage our leaders to go in the right direction. The right direction for me is more European single market, a greater integration, and allow companies to believe in it. Musk has tried to break it all and he didn't manage, so don't think we're going to go in that direction. I think it's far more deep-rooted. It's linked to a problem of confidence. If you have an employee in a company that's not doing well, more controls won't make them do any better. And that's, the question we must raise. How can we re-establish trust between the state and companies, between the state and society and companies? Lionel Fontanier, I turn to you. A lot has been said. And you have the delicate mission of drawing the lessons from this roundtable today. Well, thank you. Yes, it was very rich. So I draw three things from this. The first, and it was the elephant in the room, if I may, is that Donald Trump, with the questions of tariffs that have concerned for us in the past days, have had the strength of turning us to, making us turn towards our strength, which is that of the European Union. I think it would be wrong. We need to change focus, and even though the question of customs duties is important, to look at how we can move ahead at the European level. So it was said it's coming back to fundamentals, coming back to basics. We have to redo the CK. That's a good idea. So yes, we need a single energy market, a single capital markets. We also talked about telecoms. All of this must be unified at the European level. It's a lot of work, but it's something which is quite possible. And in addition to coming back to basics and fundamentals, there's a new subject which is related to the change of a European environment, which is that of European sovereignty, in particular in terms of technology. And what I've heard, which makes me really happy, is the fact that we mustn't give up. What was said on leapfrogging, the fact of, jumping one technology to go to a new technology is very important. It's not because we're not good in one area that in the future that will still be the case, quite simply because technologies have changes in directions, and we can use this to come back into the race. So that's the first learning. The second learning is that we can have a quite contrary reading of the recent events. It's an opportunity. What is happening to us with this harshening of the surrounding world. And this opportunity obliges the European Union to really, gather them together and change methods. And changing methods, there is a tension that has come out of our discussions. We want to move ahead forwards, but to move ahead faster, it's easier if there is a Europe that works at different speeds. But if we want to unify everything within Europe, we can't have a Europe which is working at different speeds. So what was possible for the euro is not necessarily possible for the telecoms or for the energy market. So there's a real tension there. And then there's also tension around the question of objectives and calendars. We've talked a lot about the Green Deal, and the question here is the horizon of economic policies. Everybody agrees on the objective, everybody agrees on the endpoint. The question is at what speed can we get there and how? My third point is something which was mentioned, this study of the International Monetary Fund that puts a figure to the European barriers. Personally, I think this study has a lot of defects, but it has the advantage of advancing this debate. So we can look at things from a different angle. We can say, let's look in the 170 European industries, and that includes services. If we have this level of granularity, let's look at in the 170 European industries, how each of the 27 member countries have taken advantage of the opportunities brought by the single market. And then we can say, well, now we're going to do a tremendous piece of work. We're going to make sure that not each of the 27 can be first of the class, because that's not possible. But what would happen if each of the 27, each of the 170 industries were in the first 25% in the class? And the result is very interesting there. We would double the gains of the single market, and that is the figure, I think, that we can leave Park Company with a form of optimism. Everything that's happening is very problematic, but it's an opportunity to seize this low-hanging fruit. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you.